How do I?
I don't know. How's this? Can you hear that? Oh, okay, cool.
No.
Can you guys still hear the music?
Nope, cannot hear. Rich, are all your fires out?
Are they ever?
At least the big ones.
Yeah, the worst one is, yeah, the house is selling, so that's what matters.
Was closing today?
No, but everything has to be tied up by today, or else it's like the no zone. So, yeah. Yeah, so it's been fun. These poor people have been on the market for a year prior to me, and so it's like nothing can go wrong.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Jeanette
How
and
long-
Christine will get started in about 5 minutes. We'll let everyone hop on.
I was gonna say, how long did it take once you took it over? Getting on?
34 days.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah, so it was fun. It felt good, but I'm also like, oh my gosh, like
Yeah, pressure's on, right?
yeah. Honestly, it's not the pressure's on like once it's pending, you know? It's
Oh,
Going good. Are you recording? Not yet, but we're doing an event. Hello, hello. Excited to be doing this. We're going to give it a few minutes so people filter in. But thanks for spending some time with us today.
love the sign behind you, Spencer.
What was that?
I love the sign behind you.
Right?
I don't know what rocks have to do with optimism, but I'm digging it. Or they're potatoes. They're rocks.
The subheading, the difference between stumbling blocks and stepping stones is how you use them.
Okay, they're rocks.
Rocks.
Yeah.
But also, let's be optimistic about potatoes, right?
Yeah, we are in Idaho.
Who's this artist?
I have no clue. DM. This is like Zoom music. Not Zoom music, but it's created as Zoom. The playlist is. It was pretty good. I'm taking a screenshot.
Okay, let's get started. Well, we're super excited for this day of learning, and as much as each presenter is allowed, some have a really short time window, so but we'll have some interaction throughout. So whether the presenter encourages it or we do, we'd love to see if you can, cameras on, or participate in the chat. And we'd love to hear your ahas. So yes, welcome. Grateful to have our initial event for our Idaho Keller Williams Young Professionals chapter. As I've thought about like the message I want to send, for me it's this organization KWYP specifically, but also Keller Williams just continues to change me, continues to challenge me. So for me, at the core of it is relationships, people I get to meet, people that are going to be able to present today. Those relationships really matter. And at the core of all of that is, as I show up and interact with those people, it's the most important relationship is my relationship with myself. And so that's, I think, a question each of us can be asking is, how do I show up as my authentic self? So as I am drawn to each of these, leaders that'll be presenting, and each of them have done it their own unique way. They're individuals, but they own who they are, and that leads to success. And so for me, that's the core of, I think, the human experience. And so to have communities like this, where we're allowed to show up as our authentic self, and then be received with open arms, and I think it gives us the courage. I keep using the word superpower as I'm talking to people, is how can I help you find your superpower? So those are some of the questions that I'd like to have us each have on our mind as we go through this. So to present a little bit about our community is, we are Keller Williams Young Professionals, and the mission of that organization is developing the next generation of leadership. And so to lead now, and I believe each of us is a leader today. And so how do we find our voice, our unique and distinct voice, and how do we use that to bless the world? So I believe each of us has those innate things that are our leadership skills. And again, if going back to being unique and distinct, if we're comparing ourselves to somebody else, it's like a fish comparing themselves to a bird. And if I'm a fish and I'm frustrated because I can't fly, I may be missing what I'm uniquely and distinctively equipped already to do naturally. And so to find those places in life where we can just show up again as our authentic selves and lead. So the organization is, I'm the president of our local chapter, and then we have on here also our core four. So I'll pass it on to each of you.
Hey, I think I'm up first. So, my name is Rich Sheldon, and I'm your VP for KWYP for Idaho. I think the biggest thing and the reason that I chose to join and help launch this chapter and kind of get things rolling is because I think it's really important for not only just young professionals, but young people in the career of real estate as well, to have sounding boards, to have people to lean on, because it's not always a super easy thing to step into, as we all know if you're doing any transactions. So um, real estate is this big, beautiful thing that everyone has a lot of conversation about if they're not doing it, and how easy it looks, and how rich we are so easily without doing work. And so I think it's really cool to have people in the background that have actually had the success and done the hard work, to be able to back up how it's done and what to do to get there versus the general consensus of what people think of what it is. And that's all you know walking in. And so it's just really cool as well to have people to lean on for referrals across, state to state, for communication across state to state, and just to lean on for knowledge. As if you stop learning, you should probably start trying something else because you're being complacent. And so that's huge for me, to be able to have a huge group to learn from so you can never stop soaking up knowledge. Um, I believe we're going to talk about chairs a little bit later, but currently I'm helping with the social and service and culture chairs. And so as we grow, we're needing people to help step into those places. And so I would love to, I mean, help someone else grow in a position where they can maybe grow into leadership in the future as well. Which is another reason I chose the organization, is to push myself and help others push their boundaries too. So I will pass it to Bridget.
Awesome. Thanks, Rich. My name is Bridget Crawford. I am the Director of Finance for KWYP Idaho. And I've really just been enjoying being in this position and being a part of the YP community. Prior to about a couple of months ago, I was on a large team where within Keller Williams still had been there for the past 4 years, but it kind of felt like we were in a little bubble and hadn't really been exposed to everything that the greater KW community and KW International has to offer. So when we went to Mega Camp and kind of saw and was exposed to KWYP, it was just an awesome opportunity to feel like I was plugged in even more. And to just learn more about what KW has to offer and learn it from other young professionals. I think it can sometimes be intimidating, especially maybe as a newer agent, but as a younger agent, to come into this field and have people that have been in it for decades and decades and been through recessions and all of that. But I think it's kind of an unspoken rule here in YP that like there's no stupid questions, and I've totally felt comfortable coming to any of the people in this community and asking questions, and I've had people come and support, especially coming into this position from all over the country, willing to give advice, and yeah, it's just a beautiful thing when we step into what is offered to us and ask for help and lean on each other. And yeah, excited for everyone to kind of have this opportunity as well. So pass it to Benjamin.
That is me. Well, I am Ben, the Director of Operations, and one of the reasons that I joined KWYP is definitely the community aspect, the sharing of knowledge, sharing of information. Even within the KW community, I mean, I had been an agent for a while, not really knowing what KW or the community was. But after going to Mega Camp, after getting involved in KWYP, the ability to just connect with people within KW, within KWP is beyond anything that I have experienced before. People are so generous with their time, with the information, and just caring beyond belief. And I totally believe that we can bring that we're bringing that to Idaho, that we're bringing the community of information to become better real estate agents, better professionals, better caregivers or community, so that we can continue to teach people below us and truly become leaders, better leaders ourselves. Yeah. Hand it back over to Spencer.
Awesome. Thank you guys for sharing that. And it's honestly, maybe I hadn't heard that from each of you, so I appreciate that. And so grateful for each of you, honestly, Rich, Bridget, Ben. Like I said, this community continues to change me and allow me to, I love theater, so to step under a spotlight, right? So if I'm on stage, I'm shying away from the spotlight, people can't see me. And sometimes maybe I like that. because then I don't have to grow. So to step into a spotlight and to have all eyes on me, and even to do some self-examination of saying, where can I grow? How can I be a better communicator? How can I receive the help that others are willing to give? So thank you guys for sharing that. Yeah, we're gonna have Bridget go through kind of our schedule of events today.
Cool. And I will go ahead and drop this into the chat so everyone can have it as a reference. But we just did a little welcome to everyone. We're going to go ahead and have Vanessa pop on, and she's going to chat to us for a little bit. Then we're going to have Brady Sandal with KW Luxury. He has some great knowledge that he's going to pass along to us about the luxury experience and how to create that in whatever price point that you're at. So we're going to have Sheena pop on a little bit later. We're going to finish out with Katie, and we should be wrapped up by 1 o'clock. But we want to give a thanks to our sponsor. He's going to pop on. We have Oliver Amu. He's going to pop on a little bit later and provide some information and questions from his team at Premier Mortgage. He'll have some prizes available if you guys are answering questions correctly, so you want to stick around for that. But yeah, I'll drop that schedule in so we can reference that as we go throughout the day. If you guys have any questions on timing, let us know. Feel free to, take little breaks as needed and pop back in.
Awesome, thank you. And then if we can go back to the KWKC slide. So yesterday's event was Quantum Leap, and that was part of the KWKC. So that stands for Keller Williams Kids Can. And so that's Gary Keller. He calls everyone a kid. So that's really anybody under 50, I think, to him. But so they're actually in the process of rebranding it, as I've talked to Jordan, who presented. So that organization, though, hugely beneficial because they go into specifically to like high schools, and then they're beyond that is anyone 28 and under is able to get a scholarship. And so, yeah, if you were part of the event yesterday, look further into it. For me, I'm not of that age, so I'm graduated out of the scholarship eligibility. But we can still donate and either our time or some resources, so we can give opportunities for kids to go through the curriculum like they did yesterday, and then from there build a life mission, and then have some coaching, and then the scholarships. I believe it's up to $10,000, where they can go and do anything they want. And so sometimes that's people within the real estate world, and they can get coaching, or they can go to events. So family reunion, mega camp, we've heard people that have used these scholarships to go to these events, and because it fits within their life mission. So all this is Gary Keller's vision of saying, how do we help kids have a growth mindset? Or how do we help everybody have a growth mindset from whatever stage we are when we first hear that message, compared to a limited belief or a scarcity mindset where we're saying, I can't, those opportunities are too far away from me, out of reach. So we can donate money or we can donate our time. So I'm actually in the process of becoming a KWKC authorized trainer. And so that's available to all of us. If we wanted to get the curriculum, either teach the full day Quantum Leap, or we can take each piece of it and talk about the GPS and 411. How do we set goals and make those plans to get our big vision into action? Time management is another one. Specifically, the other is on wealth. So the opportunities are there for each of us. If we can either donate our time or some resources to help this really a great organization. KWYP and KWKC have a partnership where, it's because of YP that I'm able to have the KWKC opportunity. So again, that's available to all of us, and we can bless our communities, another way to give back. So I encourage you to check into it and learn more about it. So we're going to get close to Vanessa, about 5 minutes away. So I have so much respect for her. She's living a business and living a life that I really admire. So I have so much gratitude for her donating her time. She has a really short window to give to us. I believe she is doing a field trip with her daughter and then a charity event. And so we're like right in the middle. So she's literally living her mission. So she'll share the message, but it's how do we care, serve, and give. And so what really impressed me about her is that she says, first of all, we have to be living it. It's not just some marketing strategy that we can do and be inauthentic with it. So to see her authentically showing up, both to her things at home in New Jersey, but then also to give us some of her time. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And it's not something that she just does. Someday I'll eventually get to a charity, I'll eventually be involved, but she's doing it today. So she's literally living her mission. So again, that just warms my heart to see her in a business model. And again, I don't know how much she's going to share about the numbers of where she was prior to really embracing charitable giving, but it has exploded her business. Just by doing good and being the human that she wants to be, it's attracted more people into her business world. And then she's able to bless the world more abundantly because of this. I used the word authentic earlier. She truly shows up authentically with both a combination of heart and brains. When she speaks, there's a caring confidence. She gets it. She knows what the human experience is all about, caring and pouring into others. Again, I mentioned I love community theater, being on stage. She's married to a Broadway star. She's a caring mother. She's a boss at work. So when she pops in, and we'll see if she's ready, but that's my introduction to her, and let's be ready for when she arrives. And I'm going to sit down ready to take some notes because I've got a lot to learn from her.
I didn't know she was married to a Broadway star. That's pretty cool.
And Vanessa, so glad you're here.
Hi, y'all. Look, that's my cute boyfriend on your screen. That's so fun that you've got us up there. We have been married for 26 years, so I'm allowed to say that. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Good. Tell me what's happened so far in your morning.
We introduced our community. I just gave an introduction to you, so we know you got a short window. So we receive with gratitude your time. So thank you so much for being generous and being here with us.
It's my absolute pleasure. Just first and foremost, congratulations on what y'all are doing. and how you're coming together as a community. If you really think about the concept of human flourishing, which my word of the year for 2023 is flourish, so much of human flourishing comes down to a sense of belonging and a sense of connection and community. And I think in society today, we often sit back and wait for that to come to us. We wait to be invited. We wait to be included. We wonder why we're not at that thing, that party, and then you realize, oh wait, I get to create something, and you all have created something. So you're contributing not only to your own flourishing, but to each other's flourishing in your communities. And so just really, truly, congratulations on what you're doing, because I know y'all know this, but you really are, we're the product of the people we spend the most time with, right? And how cool that y'all are coming together and you're shaping that for yourself. So when y'all were so kind to ask me to come speak with you today on your launch, it just puts a smile on my face, because like I said when I first popped on, oh, there's my boyfriend. I've been married to Charlie Pollock for probably longer than some of you have been alive. So I have no business being in YP. I have no business really being involved. However, you're kind enough to ask, let's say Aunt Vanessa to join you. So I don't want to be mom. I probably could be some of your moms, but let's just go with Aunt Vanessa. And I hope that I can be one of those people that you surround yourself with. When we think about who you surround yourself with is kind of how it shapes your mindset, your attitude, and your approach to life. We need people in all generations, in all facets of life. We need the Mo Andersons of the world who are 86. We need the people who are, around 50. We need the people in their 20s and 30s. And we need the joy of children and young people as well. And I think there's something to learn from each of those generations. And we grow and we change as we move through life. And so really to be able to be a part of that for your group is really meaningful and special to me. So that said, I'm Aunt Vanessa from here on out, and glad that you invited me. I wanted to just talk briefly today about how hard this market is, shall we? It's hard, right? Now, I've been in real estate it's 19 years next month. And I know that because I got licensed as a rental agent in New York City 19 years ago, because my firstborn was a baby. And that firstborn, they turned 20 in December. So I can look at my oldest child and be like, oh my gosh, when they turn 20, that means 19, because they were almost 1 when I got my license. And yet I will say in that 19-year career, I have seen a lot of ups. I have seen a lot of downs. And this might be one of the most challenging markets yet. This might be the most challenging. And yet what I will say is it's more important now than ever for us to understand the why behind our business. If we're going to navigate a market and a time such as this, we need to know why we are doing what we're doing. So if I have share screen capabilities here, which I do not, it looks like. If you want to stop your share screen, give me that option, if that's allowed. I've just got a couple of slides that I'd love to be able to share with you. Okay, great. Let me be sure I have the right ones prepped here, and see if Aunt Vanessa can do the technology. Okay. The why behind our business. So really long story short, was a single agent for about 7 years with a red, white, and blue balloon company. Got to the point where I was working 7 days a week, burning the candle at all ends. I had 3 little kids. I had a serious drinking problem, and I had no idea why in the world I was selling houses because I hate sales. And that was a tough thing to wrestle with, being like, wait, I'm in sales. I hate sales. I'm working so hard. Why am I working so hard? What am I doing with my life? And as soon as I joined Keller Williams and I began the journey of determining the why behind my business, it helped me start to peel back the layers to figure out how I'd been wired up to thrive, what I loved about an industry that was a sales industry when I don't like sales, and how to make the biggest impact possible. So I went on a journey and traveled through the 6 personal perspectives. Have y'all taken that class that Gary Keller wrote? Okay. If you ever want me to come back and teach that class, it's one of my favorites to teach, and I'd be honored to do that at some point with you. But I didn't even know that I was going on that journey, and that the very first domino down was going to be self-mastery. And for me, the self-mastery was realizing if I can't lead myself well, I'm not going to be able to lead anybody else well. And acknowledging that I was not at all the wife, mother, woman of faith, or business owner that I knew I was being called to be. And I had to make some hard changes. I had to start having some hard conversations with myself. And the first one being lying in bed at night going, do I have a drinking problem? Well, if I'm asking myself if I have a drinking problem, I probably have a drinking problem. No, I don't have a drinking problem. Like, just the mantra over and over and over again. And then being bold enough to say, you know what, what's going to happen if I lead myself well and I make this decision to set that aside? What will happen next? And that was the first act of self-mastery that came into play. And in doing that, I then was able to be clear-headed, clear-hearted, have a clear mind to truly tap into how am I being called to make an impact in this industry? So what I first want to say is there something that might be clouding your ability to truly tap into what you're called to do? Now, it may not be as big and dramatic as mine. I hope it's not. If it is, you're not alone. But it could be what's putting a cloud between you and the clarity that you need to understand the why behind your business. So I went on the journey to really determine what I wanted this business to stand for, because again, I don't like sales. I wanted to have a positive impact in my community. I wanted to be a light in an industry where I'd been surrounded by these rental New York City agents who were just lying, cheating, and stealing. And now I'm in residential sales in New Jersey, and I'm realizing like, I feel like a fish out of water, but I think I need to stay in this water and impact the water, the temperature of it. Can we make this an environment where people want to be a part of it? So it became this mission to lead not with Vanessa Pollock and not with being number one and not with all of the sales, but to lead with our values, which is why you're looking at Care, Serve, Give on your screen. And I wore my sweatshirt for you today too. But it became an intention to say, I'm going to build a business model that my community and our industry knows based on its values and nothing else. They don't need Vanessa. They don't need Denise. They don't need Kevin. They don't need any of these other agents. They need care. They need service. And they want people who give their time, their talent, their resources, their wisdom, their intellect, all of it. And that's who we're going to be and what we're going to stand for. So that became our calling card and our mission as an organization. But I want to back up and help then understand what that might look like for your business, because these are just universal values, right? I think if we cross-reference almost every world faith, we're all going to land on care, servant-heartedness, and generosity, right? And so this can apply to anyone and everyone. And yet there's something unique and individual about how it can live out. And that's what your purpose is. So again, thinking through the why behind your business, I want you to really start to understand who you are as you're navigating this market. Because this is a hard market, and how are we going to get through it, right? So you knowing who you are and staying true to your authentic self through your real estate career is what's going to ground you and really let you know every day that what you're doing is meaningful and true to you. So 3 questions I want you to ask yourself. Number 1, what's your superpower? What I mean by that is, what are you great at? Like, you cannot help yourself. You just are awesome at it. And don't worry about bragging, like check humility at the door. There are things that your creator created you to do, and you're awesome. That's what I want you to be leaning into on a regular basis. Then I want you to think about, what do you love? Now, this is different than what's your superpower. Because you might love something that maybe you're not great at, but you love it. It touches your heart. It means something to you. You want to be a part of that. The third thing is, what does the world need? There's an author, Friedrich Buechner, who says that purpose is where your deep gladness meets the world's needs. Where what you love, and probably your superpower, what you're great at, comes in and meets the world's needs. When you really determine that, then you're able to bring that holistically into your whole life and into your business. So how do we sustain a market like this in a way that honors your purpose and brings your values to light, to your community and for your clients, and helps you feel connected to yourself? Well, this is the give model. Now, I know that I said earlier it's care, it's serve, it's give of time, talent, resources, wisdom, all of that stuff. Giving is not just money, and I want to just be clear about that. Generosity of spirit, in generosity of your story, generosity of your front porch, generosity of there's just so many different ways that you can be generous. But when it comes to your real estate team, I want you to think about being very intentional about how you weave generosity into your, dare I say it, lead generation. I hate lead generation. I told you earlier, I hate sales. Like, what am I doing in real estate, right? However, this business model allows me to be in service, but also to, let's call it lead generate, but in a way that comes from contribution and comes from generosity. So the business model is this. First and foremost, all of the ways you lead generate is to build relationships with your past clients, your sphere, and your database. And it's through community events. Everything that you're going to do is an event. I hope you just can forget about online leads for a second. Don't worry about those. Because what we know is that the opportunity to build a relationship is going to create connection, belonging, and human flourishing. Go back to the top, like, build those relationships. It's going to feed your soul. And you're going to be able to help be the connector for people when you're at events and say, well, what do you need? Oh, you need a roofer. Oh, you need an accountant. Oh, we're all matchmakers. You're going to build those relationships. So by throwing events, you build the relationships. You get to call people and invite them to them. You get to stay in touch with them. Oh, and by the way, I don't want these events to ever show up on your profit and loss statement, because you're going to reach out to your lender and your title company and your inspectors, and they're going to throw these events with you and they're going to pay for it. So in this hard market, which of your allied resources and vendors are going to help be sure that this is as cost effective as possible? So these community events are going to build your relationships. You're going to invite all your people. It's going to be a party with a purpose, right? Every one of these events is going to have a charitable aspect to it. Now, you can go back to that question, what does the world need? And maybe there's a local nonprofit you feel particularly connected to. There's a nonprofit that I love here that helps collect food and is doing its part to eradicate food scarcity by putting food into 17 local food pantries. So most of our community events, like our movie night, we ask our past clients to come watch this movie all together. We hang out in the park and throw, the baseball beforehand. They bring the food. We get to talk, watch the movie, but there's a charitable aspect to it that makes the clients feel good, and it makes you feel good, and it goes back to what the world needs. Now, this is actually chemistry. Let me just share that your brain, when you're generous, makes you feel good. The people who are then also generous, they feel good, and the people who observe generosity feel better. There's a biological chemical reaction that happens in their brain. So those events feel good, and then they remember feeling good with you. And that's how we want them to feel. So that is your lead gen, dare I say. Now, the next arm of this is closing for a cause. So talking about that generosity piece, you just did what you believe the world needs through your community events. But what do we do to honor our clients and what they think the world needs? Because when you meet the need that they believe the world needs, they feel connected to you and aligned to you and honored by you. So what I'm going to recommend you consider doing, it can be a $25 donation, but instead of getting them a bottle of wine, which I wouldn't do now because I'm 11 years sober, it'd be a little off brand for me, but instead of the bottle of wine, I make a donation to their charity of choice. I ask them to go home and talk as a couple or as a family about what do you feel like the world needs, because what matters to you matters to me. And then you make that donation, and it's that handwritten note, welcome home, we're honored to give to Wounded Warriors or Human Equality or whatever they chose. You're writing that note, I was honored to give to the charity of your choice on your behalf. Thank you for trusting me with your real estate needs. And then the last piece of your business model, the give model of your business model, is for you to go out and launch your own nonprofit. Now, we talked about these events could be with local food banks, maybe they're existing nonprofits that are out there that you want to support and raise awareness for them. But there might be something that you feel like the world needs that is particularly unique to you. What I mean by this is, if you're a parent of a child who has diabetes, maybe you're going to launch a charity that makes sure that children with diabetes have great sugar-free Halloween candy every year. Maybe your charity is going to be like ours, that my husband and my boyfriend, like I said, launched the Vanessa Pollock Music Initiative over 9 years ago. Because what we knew the world needed was to be sure that every child in our school district had access to music instruments to be able to take music class in their public school. That oldest child I told you about at the top came home from school in 5th grade, wanted to sign up for cello, and we asked if all of their kids were going to be taking cello. They said, yeah, except a couple of friends who I don't think can afford the instrument rental. That broke our heart. We saw that there was a need in our community, and we decided that our real estate team was going to fill that gap, and we were going to do it for the long haul. And so, fun fact, my oldest is now turning 20 in December and a working musician, lives in Los Angeles, going out on tour with this great band that's opening for the Japanese House. I don't know if you've heard of them. Anyway, like, musician life. We knew that that person was a musician in 5th grade. We knew that that person was a musician as a toddler, but it was personal to us that every child in our community would have the same access to music that our kid had. So we launched that music initiative, and time on task over time, we have gone deep into our school district to be sure that all these kids have access to what our kid had. And we've built our entire brand around these events that give back, giving back to our clients' charity of choice, and then everybody knows the Vanessa Pollock Music Initiative in this school district. Everyone knows it. Now, I didn't come up with that idea. Gary Keller said in one of his top agent masterminds years ago, go start a charity and put your name in it. He was like, you just like brand your name and let the world know what you stand for. So again, I'm just following the model here because Gary and Mo have taught us so well. And this is just us living it out in the way that we can here in New Jersey. But I want you to think about how you can live this out where you are. So you've thought about your purpose, and we all know the 1, 3, 5, right? So the 1 is the goal. Well, I'm saying your goal is your purpose, and I know they're different, but I think of purpose is your novel of your life, and a goal is a chapter, right? So purpose is the overarching initiative, the overarching call on your life. Your goals are the chapters that you get through as you go through your life and your story there. But then the 3 priorities, I believe, should be care and service and generosity. So care, serve, and give. But again, we said it at the top, human flourishing comes through belonging and connection. So that's all about relationships. It's not about necessarily strategies. It's about people. And so who are the 5 most important people groups in your life? And what are you going to focus your attention on for each of those people? So the first one is you. It's you. You got to start with you. So care of you. I told you my self-care, the one thing I needed to do was quit drinking. Boy, am I glad I did. If I hadn't done that, my sales team would never have gone from 10 million a year to last year was 122 million in sales volume. That kind of growth could never have happened if I hadn't worked on me first, right? And then how do you show care for your family? How are you showing care for your team? What is that culture of care for your team? Your team can be your market center. Your team can be your lender and your attorneys or your title company, or you can start a team and that's your team. Your team is, there's different ways of thinking of it. Now your clients, what are your acts of care for your clients? And then community, how are you exhibiting care within your community? And again, the same 5 people groups. How do you serve you? What does that growth plan need to look like for you to grow so that you're serving you? How are you serving with your family? Maybe you may not have, kids yet, but you might have siblings or cousins or still be really close with your parents. Like, where are you taking your superpower and serving out in the world? And what I mean by that is, my husband boyfriend was on Broadway for 20 years and he sings at church, right? So he uses his superpower in front of, the Broadway crowd, and he also does it as a way to serve at his house of worship. So can you connect those 2 dots and serve with your family in a way that honors the superpowers you've been given? When it comes to your team, how do you serve them? And that's all about servant leadership. How do you serve your clients? That's about your systems and how you execute really great service, like actual real estate service. And then where are you all going out and serving in your community? And then we went through the give model, but I just want to highlight, we didn't talk about you or your family. I'm going to ask you all to really thoughtfully consider giving to KW Cares with every transaction. KW Cares is our internal Red Cross that has given out over $60 million over the last 20 years to take care of our Keller Williams agents in times of need. It could be $5, $10, $100, but giving in that way makes a huge difference. And then where your family is giving, where you are giving privately, that's your tithe. So we can't, if we're not willing to give when nobody's looking, then we feel like a fraud when we're out executing that give model on behalf of our business. So really giving some consideration to that. It's worth your time there. So how does all of this come together? This is the culture we live by. And remember, this analogy of the pool, I'm Aunt Vanessa, so I'm the older one, and I've been swimming around in this pool, and a new fish jumps in the pool and says, "Hey, how's the water?" And I should probably just say, "What's water?" Because this is just how we live. It's how we navigate the world, that we live out our purpose, that we put it into production in our business by having a very intentional, authentic lead generation business model that ties back into that purpose and who we are, while following models. Because Gary and Mo and all these amazing people that we get to swim in this pool with in Keller Williams, they've already figured it out. We don't have to. Follow the models. Stay focused on profitability, because we can't give from what we don't have. And then really making an impact. Committing to that give model, you get to go out and make a local and national impact. So the culture formula really is purpose plus production, which equals profit and yields impact. When you stay true to your purpose, you can wake up and go back to, the hard negotiations, the hard conversations. You're bringing that into your production. And that's where your business becomes successful, and you get to start making an impact for your own bank account, for your family, for your community. Now, the model that I think is so inspiring is that Gary Keller has in the MREA this idea of make $1 million, net $1 million, give $1 million, right? And that's what we're doing at Livian. And I'm a part of Livian, but our goal is to give $1 million as a Livian team. And so we're absolutely committed to making that impact together by executing the give model as a team nationwide. And we actually live out on our MVVBP, our values at Livian are care, serve, give, and it's integrated fully into it. But I hope that you will really, truly consider being your authentic self in community and bringing this sense of belonging from the folks that you're connected to here. Put it into action in your business, into production, so that it doesn't feel like sales, doesn't feel like lead gen, feels like you, and that you'll see the fruits of that in this hard market, and feel like you're truly connected to making a difference and making an impact. And that the come list me's and hey, will you help my cousin buy a house calls just start coming in, because you've truly stayed true to how you're wired up by your creator and what you're called to do here through real estate as your vehicle. I just went fast and furious with y'all and only left 3 minutes for any questions or shares of ahas. So forgive me for just steamrolling through it, but I just was too excited to share all of that with you. So thank you for letting me fly. Questions or ahas?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, any questions? We appreciate you, and your heart and your passion for it is very obvious. So thanks for being who you are.
Oh, thank you, Spencer.
That was really awesome, Vanessa. And there's a ton. I feel like in just that short period of time, I have 4 pages of notes that I wrote down. But I love the slide breaking down the 1-3-5. I think for some people that might feel like, how do I, pivot to hitting all these areas? If someone was to just prioritize a couple of those sectors, what would you recommend them starting with?
Well, I love The One Thing by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan. You really want to start with one thing for each, right? So what is that one self-care piece? You know what mine is? It's staying true to my sobriety and leaning into my daily devotionals, right? If I just do that, that's my one thing. The rest of my day kind of falls into place. For an example, on family care, you know, I have 3 kids now. I had that one big one, and then I had 2 more, and like y'all know, like it's crazy, this career. But I made a real commitment to show my family that I cared about them by saying, we're having family dinner. There's no phones, there's no interruptions, and we're doing it at least 5 nights a week. And the phones stay in the other room, and we get eyeball time, and we have a conversation, and we ask questions, and we listen, and we connect. Now, I may only get my kids for 12 minutes at the dinner table, but I think they remember those 12 minutes with me. And I think they see how important that was to me, because they also see me on my phone, right? But at least I'm balancing it. So you really want to just go through and just pick that one thing, and it may be the one thing for a whole year. It might be the one thing for your life, right? And that's fine. It really is. But I can email to y'all what my best practices are for one things, with those blanks all filled in, if that would be helpful. And then you can use that as just inspiration for how you can build yours out.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
I think for me, it was the how you're giving back through your model. And you're not buying like crazy fancy clothes and gifts that are just gonna go in the drawer. So, because that happens so much. I mean, we spend so much money and hope, you know, that somebody loves it. It's like a stressful thing when
Yep.
really you can just connect it back to their
Yep.
value as well. So that's really cool.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Cutco hates me because I'm like, sorry, I'm not buying any of your products. But what I do have is a ton of Care Serve Give swag. And
Yeah.
so they get like a water bottle with our values. They can get a sweatshirt, or maybe they get a hat, and then we make the donation. Then they're walking around town with our values on their head or on their heart. And they know that we did what is important to them. Feels like a closing gift, but it's actually, then they're a walking billboard, and somebody goes, what is your shirt? And they're like, oh, that's my realtor, right? So it doesn't have to be fancy. And
Yeah.
by making it $25 donation or $100, or you know, whatever you want it to be, it's very meaningful for them. And if you go on our Zillow, you'll notice a few of our reviews say the icing on the cake working with Pollock Properties Group was that they gave to the charity I'm passionate about. Like they
That's awesome.
nobody talks about they gave me a knife or a cutting board. So that's just something I go, oh yeah, when people are reading our Zillow reviews, our values are actually even coming through in the reviews that way too.
Yeah. That's
I love
awesome.
that. Well,
Thanks.
what I hear in that too is it's just a simple, and like the broader concept of like we can just simply ask, like, how do I win with you? And
Yes.
give the invitation, right? Like, and they give that to us, and then we say, well, if I just went and do that, right? And then also with your Care Serve Give, like authorship is ownership, right? Like they are probably super proud to be walking around with your swag on it because like you gave to their charity. It's
Yeah.
they're part of it. So I
And
love it.
they come to all of our events where they are feel good events and where they're able to give back, and they become our tribe. They're a part of this mission with us. They're like, when's the next movie night, and what movie are we watching, and what does the food bank need, right? And when's the next holiday concert for your music initiative, because that's how we start the holidays and it's our family tradition, right? So they become a part of the mission with you. And then of course, anytime somebody needs real estate help, the first thing they do is reach out to you and connect you. And you have to train them on that too. So our middle school choir teacher, now obviously I'm deep in with all the music teachers because their world is our world through our music initiative. But just this week alone, he group texted me twice with people who need to either buy a home or rent a home. And like, we're just top of mind. And he's like, I just need your team to succeed because of the impact you're making in our community. I can't let that not continue to grow, right? So when people are a part of the mission with you, they want the business to succeed so that your generosity initiatives can succeed as well. Yeah. All right, y'all, you're
Can we
awesome.
get any of your swag? Do we have access? Like, do you have a store that I
So
could?
through the Livian merch store, you can buy all kinds of things. And when I send you the best practices one pager. I can send you the link to that as well. And
Yeah.
my gosh, what a joy to my heart if y'all would like take pictures and swag and tag me and all the things. And I may be Aunt Vanessa, but I am on Instagram. You have to go follow Vanessa S. Pollock. No periods, just Vanessa S. Pollock and Pollock Properties Group. And I would love it. I'd love it if y'all would start repping the values out in our industry. Would make me so happy. Yeah.
Well, thank you again. You're living your mission. You are a light, so thank you so much. Again, we accept the time of the gift of your time. You're so generous, so thank you again.
Well, I'm honored that you asked me, and just anything you'll need, Vanessa Pollock at kw.com. Just shoot me an email, and I'm here for you. And I hope you'll have an amazing rest of the weekend. And again, congratulations on coming together and this beautiful community that you're forming. This is big stuff. Really great.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank
Great weekend.
you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I want to chat about our community a little bit further. Ben, can you get that slide up on our chair positions?
Absolutely.
So as you can see here, and we'll just, for those of you who joined since our initial introduction, the regional ambassador, she actually lives in San Diego, but I am the president of our local chapter, and we'll just have Rich say hey about being a vice president.
Yes, I am the VP. And are we going over chairs right now?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So, I have identified, I guess, recently, we're all kind of like running into this, service and culture and the social chair. So creating a service goal. So in the next little bit, I assume that leaning on quite a few people for input as well on what that looks like. And we'll be coming together as a team on what we want service and culture to look like and start developing that and probably coming up with some guidelines around that. Currently, we're each holding 1 to 2 chair positions, just to kind of fill in the meantime. And so we need all of these positions of chairs completely filled. So if you have a harder passion for leadership, but don't want to necessarily step in and be tasked with all of the leadership things on your shoulders, chair is a great place to start. You can be involved in the community, have a give back, mission, have an impact on the young professionals and just all people in general with a chair position. And do something like service and culture. So super passionate about that side of the world. Giving back is a part of who KW is in general. And so it's really nice to be able to, I guess, double support that with having another area to give back. And then culture obviously makes this what it's worth. If it's not a fun, inviting, welcoming place to be, then obviously it's not something that you probably would be interested in. So it's just developing that and making sure that everyone's having takeaways, gaining things, feeling welcome, and able to speak up if they feel like they have what some call a dumb question, and make sure that we tackle those things together, even if it feels odd to ask. The social chair is just going to be around events and making sure that we're keeping the community tight. So tight, educated, and not necessarily every event is going to evolve around just education. It's really about just leaning on each other, knowing each other, being intertwined with each other. So it might be a day at the ski slopes, or it might be a day in education. And so whatever it takes is what we're going to do to make sure that we can have quarterly events that feed back to the community of the young professionals. So that's what I have so far.
And Ben and Bridget, are you able to hop on, talk about the current chair responsibilities you have?
Yeah, for sure. Currently, at the moment, I am taking the membership chair and the communications chair. Oh, again, I'm Ben, the director of operations. So I'm doing the membership chair and the communications chair. Currently developing a onboarding plan for members, an onboarding plan for leadership as well, so that everyone feels connected, feels like they're in on the community, they know what's going on, and they know what KWYP is all about and how it can benefit them. And I'm also doing communications chair, so I'm taking the role of posting on Instagram, posting on Facebook, and sending out emails and generally creating Eventbrites, things like that, that get the message out to people.
Cool. So that leaves then education chair and mentorship chair. And those are two big pieces of KWYP. So each of those, education would be kind of coordinating and getting things together like today, working with speakers to present us with these educational pieces so that we can provide knowledge and insight for that development of our personal and professional goals and careers. And mentorship is then going to be connecting and pouring more into and growing those maybe specific areas. So if you are someone that feels drawn towards doing those and you want to step more into leadership or really doing any of these positions, if one speaks to your heart, we'd love to have you come on and join as a chair member to assist us with planning some of these things.
Yes, and my last plug is feel free to join us as a regular member, right? So join and sign up for the membership, and then each of these chair positions could give you a chance to just test the water and say, hey, how do I feel about leading the education calendar, or for example. So our first benchmark is to get to 10 members in our chapter. We're close. So now we want to turn the time over to Oliver. You ready to talk, Oliver? It's your turn.
I'm not going to be exciting as you all or Vanessa, but we'll see what happens, right?
Debatable.
Yeah, my name's Oliver. I'm the branch manager for Premier Mortgage Resources out here on the east side of the state in Pocatello. I've been here for it'll be about a year and a half here pretty soon. Been in the industry for about 6 years, 7 years, and I've loved every minute of it. I really liked what she had to say, what Vanessa had to say about serving and giving, and that was one of the things that I was thinking about as I was getting ready to do this for a little bit. The quote that we have there at the bottom, I really liked from a interview I listened to at Dave Sweeney, and I think he said George Washington Carver said this, but when we do the common things in an uncommon way, you demand the attention of the world. So if we always do business the way that everybody else does it, that might not be as successful as we want to be, then we got to change, really do things differently and have our own flavor and flair and stuff. So we'll see how fun this quiz is. I thought about they said you all wanted me to do a giveaway, so I decided to hand out some books. I've got a few books here. A lot of these ones are ones that I've read. A few of them are some that my friends and mentors in the industry have told me that I should read, and I haven't yet, so I bought an extra copy for myself. And then got a copy for y'all too. So yeah, so we'll just have we're gonna have a bit of a game here, have a few questions, kind of make it fun. Hopefully you'll learn something and kind of pick out a few golden nuggets that you'll be able to remember and keep an eye on. And as you go throughout your real estate career, if you've got questions or anything like that, feel free to reach out. But I don't want to take up all of your all's time, but we'll go through these questions. I hope I made them easy. I tried to make them fairly easy and ones that you could at least guess on and get right. But whoever gets the answer first, I guess we're gonna have win the prize. So Ben, I think that you're the slide man, right? All right. So should we get on with the first one? So this one's for the book Winning. by Tim Grover. It's a really good book. As you go through this list of books, you'll find that a lot of them were sports books, and I like sports a lot. So, yeah, what loan program can you use the seller ask the sellers to pay off debts with the buyers with seller credits or seller concessions? What loan program? Conventional VA, FHA, USDA, construction loans. And this would be on a purchase transaction. Any guesses? Am I seeing anything in the chat? Yeah.
I'm going to guess any of them. If we get a seller credit, could that go toward paying off debt?
Right. But that was the best guess so far, Spencer.
Oh.
Oh, someone in the chat.
Anna's guess conventional, great guess. But that one also was a miss too. I know this is a weird one, right? Because we're gonna ask the sellers to pay off like credit cards, even a car loan if you wanted to, as a buyer. Almost. So not conventional, not USDA. So we've only got a couple more left.
FHA.
Nope, not FHA.
Come on, Anna, you got it.
Construction.
Yay, yes. On a VA loan, you can. So, yeah, great job. Great job, Anna. So funny. Yeah. Yeah, you can. So, if you've got a lender that's creative and knows what they're doing, and if you've got a buyer that's trying to buy a home and they're kind of on the edge, you might be able to find a way to get the sellers to pay off a few, really high interest loans that have a high payment, and find a way to make the deal and work it and put it together. So we usually will do that on a few VA loans a year, and it's a really cool trick. So that one, I hope that was the hardest one. We'll see. Great job, Anna. Let's go with the next one. Let's see what we can find on this one. So can you have a borrower qualified on an FHA loan and make an offer on a cash only listing? That might be a funny and weirdly worded question. I did this quick. I was late turning it in, so it's a kind of a trick question.
I say they can make an offer if the seller is willing to make a FHA property qualify for the FHA.
Yeah. So you really can. This is one of the things that PMR has, and I don't know if you'll know this, but PMR is a local company. We're headquartered in Boise, so we've got this thing called a non-weather related escrow holdback. So if Spencer's looking at a house and he really wants to buy it on an FHA, and he's an FHA qualified buyer, we can make an offer of that and say, hey, look, I need you to fix the handrails, or I need you to fix, whatever it is that's making it so it won't work FHA. We had one earlier this year. It was last year. It had no heat source in the house, right? So there's no heater in the house, and we live in Idaho, so you kind of need heat in the house. So we're able to work that in and get the deal done. And the way it works is you close on the house subject to that repair being done. So actually close and fund. So you get paid, the seller will get paid. Money gets held on escrow on the back end. And within 30 days, that heater got put in. So
Wow.
that's something that's kind of cool. If you're looking for a go ahead, Spencer.
Does the appraiser need to go back out?
Yeah. So he'll do the final inspection, or she'll do the final inspection. About 30 days after, or whenever the work gets done. Really, the time frame is hopefully in 30 days the work is done. We can get the appraiser in there to go and say, oh yeah, that all looks good.
What was it called again, Oliver?
Called a non-weather related escrow holdback.
Non-weather related?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Non-weather related. So you can even use it to redo a bathroom, put new kitchen counters on in the kitchen. Do flooring, carpet, that kind of stuff. So whenever we write the offer up, we just work together on that and say, look, we're going to want these things fixed. The appraiser will appraise it as if those things are supposed to be done. And it's a pretty cool program. So yes, you can do a conventional loan as well. It works on VA as well as USDA. So you can make any of those work.
Awesome.
Sweet. How long? What time do we have till? I think we started a few minutes late. I just want to make sure we're on track.
Yeah, I think Brady is 10:30. We'll have Brady ready.
about 12 minutes? Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the next one, Ben. This is kind of a funny question because it changed from when I wrote it to now. What's the down payment on most conventional loans for a 2 to 4 unit property? And I forgot to mention it's a home that you'll be living in, primary residence for your buyer.
Ooh, I heard about this morning. Is it 5% down now?
Yeah, so there's a way that they're going to change it here in about a month, and they'll let you come in with 5% down instead of 25.
Man,
That's awesome.
We've got the skinny and seen all the details of it yet, but yeah, I thought it was really funny. I wrote that question down, and I didn't think it was going to change, and then next day it changed. So, oh, and I forgot to tell the book. So Spencer won the Give and Take book. I don't know. Have you heard? Hopefully, you don't have this book. Do you have it, Spencer?
I don't have it. That's one that I want to read. Adam Grant.
Okay. So it's all. So you won it, and then Bridget won this one. It's called E-Myth Revisited. So I haven't read either one of these books, but they're on my list. So
Awesome.
it's about like creating a business that's gonna grow and scale, I believe. And a lot of my coaches have been telling me to read that one. So next book is gonna be The Power of One More. Hopefully y'all don't already have that. If you do and you win this book, we can switch it for one of these other ones. So let's go to the next question. Oh yeah. Now what's the name of the loan program with no required principal or interest payments? Ann and Spencer, I'm sure know this one. We just had the training on that last week.
It's a reverse.
Yep. Reverse mortgage. So awesome program, one that we also do here. And yeah, they're a great program. So I guess we'll have Anna, do you want to win this one or do I hand it to somebody else?
I can, yeah, I'm good to do either. Maybe
Okay.
maybe I can I choose between the two and then I can give the other one? Does that work?
Sure, that works.
Okay.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah, reverse mortgage is an awesome product. If you don't know much about it, PMR does a lot of those, and I think it's a great opportunity for you to as we're going through the year and as real estate slow down a bit, for you to find an opportunity to pick up a listing and also another purchase with it too. So it's an awesome program. Maybe even a listing and 2 purchases if you do it right. So next one is some swag, really cool hat. PMR hat, special edition. Nobody else at PMR has these because Jess and I made them here in Pocatello. Even got the tag on it still. It's fresh. Kind of a cool camo hat though. I like it. So we can go to the next question. The VA funding fee can be up to 3.3% of the loan amount. Is it possible for a veteran to get the 3.3% funding fee back after closing on their loan? Also kind of a tricky question.
I don't know the answer, but it's 50-50. So I'm going to say no. And I'm horrible at 50-50.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Let's not have you do 50-50. Yeah. You got it all. We'll still roll with it, right? So
I'm cool with it.
it's a way cool hat. So we'll give it to you, Rich. I think everybody's basically to win with how many people we have here. So
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. So they can get it back. So I thought I just went no because VA is typically a little bit more stringent upon stuff like that. So
yeah, it's pretty crazy. So as you're going through it and talking to your prospects, especially for people that you've done VA loans for, if you're a disabled veteran, this fee is waived, right? So you get an awesome interest rate. There's not a fee, right? Like FHA's fee is 1.75%, USDA's is 1%. If the veteran, while they have the loan, if they become disabled afterwards, they can actually go and contact the VA and get the funding fee back. But write them a check for it. So
awesome.
if you're looking for more things to talk to your VA prospects about, go ahead and hit them up with that and say, hey, look, like, and I know it's kind of a funny question to ask too because we can't ask if people are disabled, right? But just ask them how things are going and just let them know, hey, look, I found this out. If if something happens, and most veterans have a hearing disability, and especially if they're married, right? You'll know because their spouse will say, "Hey, Yeah, John can't hear anything from this ear. They're gonna get disability, and they're gonna be able to get this funding fee back. And as you know, like a $300,000 house, it's about a $10,000 check that they get back. So you'd be their hero by helping out. I'm helping them out with that. So yeah, yes, you can in some circumstances. I think most veterans would qualify, especially with the hearing disability. So keep an eye on that one. Kind of a cool, fun fact for you.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah. Next one, Fanatical Prospecting. I bet a lot of people have this book. I think I've read it before and I lost my copy, so I didn't end up buying another one for myself too, but it's a good book. Let's roll with the next question. What's the minimum credit score a buyer needs to qualify to purchase a home today? This one's not quite 50-50, so Rich's chances of getting it right are a bit lower.
No Googling. This is a hard one because I feel like this is one of those ones that has changed within the last year.
Yeah, it really has. So whenever COVID started, they kind of all the investors, all the banks that have warehouse funds, I know probably don't know what warehouse money is, but they all said the minimum score is like 720, 740 right when COVID happened. And since then, they've started easing a bit and moving that further and further down. So 620 is a great guess, Anna. I'll say it's too high.
Isn't it 580 now?
Too high as well, but that we're
Really?
getting closer.
550.
Yeah.
550.
Oh,
Even closer, but still too high.
400.
Too low.
Wait, what loan is allowed?
I think we're gonna say too high. I mean, goodness.
What loan allows this?
What low?
Like,
Well,
yeah.
So the last time I heard was 400, and I guess for 540. So those are 540 is too high, 400 is too low.
480.
480 too low. Did Rich say 500?
I said 500.
No.
Okay, Ben got it right. Yeah, 500.
Woo, Ben!
Wow.
Dang.
I think that's the
That's
first
news to
question
me.
you to answer, Ben. So you're way accurate. Good job.
So yeah, what program is that with?
So an FHA and VA, you can do it down to 500.
Wow.
What's the lowest for conventional?
620.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 620 won't be able to go anything lower than that. And then 620 is pretty much the minimum for USDA loan too. So with that though, like on FHA, if you're less than 580, it's very likely I think you're gonna have to come in with about 10% down and have some money saved. On VA, of course, it's still zero down. And then we can also do no scores. So I mean, we're in Idaho, I think everybody is, or a lot of us are. We can also do a no score with down payment assistance with Idaho Housing. Okay, so if somebody doesn't think they have any score at all, then we've got buyers pre-qualified and shopping right now, already underwritten, so we're ready to pull the trigger. They just need to pick a house. It's about a $350,000 purchase, which in Boise might just get you a trailer home. I'm not sure, but here you can at least buy something that's livable, right, Spencer? But yeah, so they have no score, and they can buy the home with down payment assistance and only have to come in with 0.5% with that down payment assistance Iowa Housing has too. So yeah, minimum score 500. Also though, we can find ways to get down payment assistance for no score people too. It's kind of cool, right? Last book, Legacy, is an awesome book. I love this book. Probably my favorite one out of all these ones, so I saved it for last. Let's go with the next question, Ben.
I think this might be the last one.
Oh yeah, this is a hard one too.
Okay.
And I didn't give anybody any cues as to where I'm from. So Anna and Spencer probably know where I'm from and know who my team is. But yeah, I'll give you a hint. They're the AFC West, and their color's red.
Oh gosh.
I'm not
And their team's in Missouri.
I don't know anything about football.
I don't know anything either. The Indians.
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the Chiefs. Yeah, I guess Indians is kind of close, right? Who's an Indian?
It's not. No, the Indians is not.
He's scratching his answer.
Take that off
Is
the
this being
record.
recorded? Ben's gonna be in trouble now.
It isn't being recorded.
Right. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. That's where I'm from. I grew up in Kansas City. Hey, I meant to do a bit of an intro. I met my wife in college in Utah. She's from a little tiny town called Aberdeen, Idaho. You may have heard of it. You may have not. It's yeah, I love it here and I love living here. And yeah, the team after 30 years almost of being told that they're horrible and they lost a lot of games, they finally won a couple now. But this book here is a really good book. I'm sure a lot of you have read the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. I don't know if you know much about rugby. My family's from New Zealand. So my dad immigrated from New Zealand. He was born there and moved to the States. But they've got a rugby team there called the All Blacks. And they're the most winningest team. They've been around for over 100 years. And they have like I think they might be in the 80 percentile for win-loss ratio over the course of 100 years. And this guy, he kind of did what Napoleon Hill did, James Kerr. And James followed the team around and kind of dove into the culture to see why the All Blacks were the most successful sports organization in the world. And it's got 15 chapters. They're really good. The amazing thing is when you read the first chapter, I'll give you a bit of a teaser on it, is the way that the rugby works whenever you have national teams is they look at players from all across the country and they pick the player that they like the most, or they pick the best players, right, from every country for every position, or from the country for every position on the team. And one of the things that these coaches have been doing is they do look at the players that are really good, but they look at their character first, and they pick the ones that they think are going to be the best teammates. So rather than pick the most talented guy to be on the team, or the most amazing at this position, they're looking for leadership skills and men of character that are going to play on the team and get along with everybody else and create a good cohesive culture. And I really like that about the book. That's how I've been working on building my team, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It makes it way more fun than just trying to do business and find loans. So appreciate it, guys. I'm a minute over, so I'll leave it up to you. I guess you can go to the next slide. If you do have questions, my contact info is on there. I think I can put it in the chat too. But if you've got more questions about any of the other questions I put up there, just let me know, and we can discuss it and find a way to help you out, clarify stuff, and get you some more deals together. So appreciate you all.
Awesome. Thanks, Oliver.
Absolutely. Feel free to stay on and listen. Don't feel like you have to hop off either.
Awesome. Well, next up, we have Brady Sandahl. Comes from Palm Springs, Palm Desert, California. He's the leader of KW Luxury. So a little bit about this, just our relationship. So I belong to the Church of Jesus Christ. You may know this as the Mormons. We're huge into genealogy. So I traced back our family tree just to see, am I related to Brady? He lives in Palm Springs. So he's the Sandahl line, where I grew up from like Canada, Idaho, Utah, very mountainous. So we're the snow dolls. He's Sandahl. Actually, no relation, but Brady is the epitome of class. So we're seeing what he says is that luxury is an experience before it's a price point. So the experience of hearing Brady teach and then field questions and answers, I was able to see him in Salt Lake City, up close and personal, and he simply exudes class. So he's generously gifting us his time in the middle of his jam-packed week, and we receive it with gratitude. So we do not take for granted the meaningful time we have to learn from Brady. So see when he shows up here, feel free to go. I'm going to run to the restroom.
Yeah, we'll also do a quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
Just so everyone can go to the restroom, get any snacks they need. Okay.
Sounds good.
recognize
I
yours,
know.
Stevens, Randy's, Ramona,
And that you're going to talk.
and his, ladies and gentlemen, and that was a highlight. So I am a raving fan of your region. It's so great.
Live out there in Monterey. Kind of used to be my favorite place. And of course, leading back, hotel needs you so thank
Owls like this and market.
I mean, there's a lot of bees in the group, right? So it's all good.
Just call us B&B.
That's right. I think the most important message I want to share.
Okay, so maybe you've read this book called Shift. Sometimes we have to pivot in our real estate business as things happen. So Brady, we aren't seeing Brady show up. So hope and pray that he is okay, first of all, that he's safe. And then if he can join us, we will, again, just be grateful for his time. Until then, and without knowing anything else, we're gonna watch a video. We're still gonna learn from Brady, and if we're ready for it, Ben, let's just learn what we can learn from Brady Sandahl, just a previous version of him.
Group, right? So it's all good.
Just call us B&B.
That's right.
Can you guys
I
hear
think the most important message I want to share with you is I'm really just like you. I wake up every day looking for owners who want to be sellers and people, shoppers that want to be buyers. So I'm in production, right? I mean, my schedule today is I'll do the lead generation, I'll do the lead follow-up, I'll go on the appointments, and I'll negotiate contracts. I might do some staging, I might meet some luxury clientele. So I just wanted you to know that I understand who you are because I'm doing exactly what you're doing. The second thing I want to share is for most of you, I'm in a very similar market. You know, I'm in a resort secondary market where we have, you know, we're 2 hours east of Los Angeles in a valley called Coachella Valley. We have on the summertime, 200,000 people. In the wintertime, we have 900,000 people. So we're definitely tourism based. And everything was going fairly well until March. Fairly well means that our average market time was nearly 100 days. But we really do specialize primarily in the luxury market, although we have a very strong traditional real estate business. Here are some things I want to share with you. Where we met was basically gave us some data. And this is data that I hope you choose to write down. And they said that, listen, clearly you know, and I believe this is the case, you know how to list a property, you know how to get it on the market, you know how to get it sold. And candidly, you know how to represent a buyer, you know how to find the buyer, find the property, get them under contract and get it sold. And they said that once you get your job done, that 10% of your customers will just not come back to you because they no longer need you. You got the job done. You know, they were in Tampa, they moved to LA, they were in, you know, Clearwater, they moved to Atlanta. They're just not coming back. You can accept that. 10% of the people may not come back because maybe something went wrong with the inspection, something went wrong with the appraisal, maybe something went wrong with you. But the alarming figure was that more than 60% of your customers may not come back because the service was indifferent. Meaning you got the job done, but they were not connected to your brand. They didn't feel a connection to the service. And so therefore they kind of drift away. That happens with sellers, that happens with buyers, and to our leadership on the call, that happens with agents. They just drift. They don't have an emotional connection to the brand. So as you're waking up every day and you're looking to find an owner to be a seller, or you're looking for a buyer to get into property, remember that they have to be connected to your brand. So when we look at companies that really understand brands, what are the companies that come to mind? Well, the Ritz-Carlton, Nordstrom, Neiman's, Saks, maybe Mercedes, BMW, Tesla, maybe your favorite restaurants. What do? They take the fundamental transaction and they wrap an entire experience around it. So what we did is we left that one room realizing that we can take that, what we call that awkward closing gift, where you've spent weeks servicing the customer, you've closed the transaction, maybe they've given you 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 of GCI, and you're trying to find something, maybe at the last minute, that you can give them. Maybe it's a bottle of wine, maybe it's a plant. I know when I bought my house, funny story, closed on the house in February. The next year, I get a knock on the door, lady standing there. She brings in a lamp to the doorstep, a lamp with a price tag on it. And I said, oh, I'm not interested in a lamp. She's like, oh, no, this lamp is for you. Okay, she's like, I'm the agent that sold you the house. I forgot to give you this lamp. So here she shows up with an unwrapped lamp that was on clearance at Pottery Barn a year after the transaction closed. So it's kind of that awkward moment, like, I really don't need a lamp. I don't need it a year after, and I certainly don't want the clearance tag on it. But candidly, I still have the lamp, right? It's still in the corner of the office. Long story short, we took that closing gift and we thought, what could we do to really engage the customer to make sure that 60% number gets down to zero? So here's what we did. We took what's called the Ritz-Carlton gold standards and we created our own gold standards. Why? Because we wanted to make sure that the experience we gave our customers meaning our ladies and gentlemen that we are working with and the customers in front of the table, were always surprised and delighted. And it's my pleasure to share with you what those defining moments look like. In fact, if you want to write down the name of our concierge and our email address for her, you can email her and she'll share with you the entire playbook of our defining moments campaign. So her name is Annie, A-N-N-I-E. And you can reach out to Annie at Annie, A-N-N-I-E, at Brady, B-R-A-D-Y, SANDAHL.com. That's Annie, A-N-N-I-E, at BradySandal.com. And it's in the chat room. Thanks, Brandy. So Annie will share with you all of the steps of this defining moment. But basically, here's what we did. We said, what do luxury customers want, right? They want phenomenal service, right? Luxury is not really a price point anymore. It's an experience. In fact, the millennia suggests that luxury is not defined by price. Price is number 7. It's defined by the quality of the experience. So we wanted to create an experience that was like none other. So we created what are called defining moments, where it's an 8-step process that you can implement, no cost, right? We're not selling it to you, we're giving it to you. It's 8 defining moments that you can use to surprise and delight so that you can beat the odds of that 60% that may drift because they're not connected to your brand. So let's be honest for a minute. When we sell real estate, isn't it accurate to suggest that we do the same thing over and over and over again? Like, it's kind of boring. We're gonna meet the customer or they're gonna find us. We're going to go on an appointment to either list the home or buyer broker. If we're listing the home, we're gonna sign the contract. When we sign the contract, we're gonna have to take the photos. When we have the photos, we're gonna activate the listing, right? Then we activate the listing, we're gonna show it virtually, possibly physically. And then what happens next? Well, they're gonna give us an offer, we're gonna negotiate it, and we're gonna do inspections. Very exciting. Are you with me? This is really exciting. And then we're going to have the contingencies removed, and then we're going to give them a fond farewell. And if we're tired of them, we might just give them a really forceful fond farewell, right? But that's really what we do. And luxury customers really want more than just the transaction, right? They want the experience to be great. So we took those 8 defining moments and we created a game plan where we surprise and delight them along the way. For example, One of the steps is we photograph the property, right? We're photographing the property. Kind of boring. We photographed every property, but when we leave the photo shoot, we leave a candle. And the candle's in a Ritz-Carlton bag with Ritz-Carlton paper and a bow, and it says, we want you to enjoy the fragrance of the candle while we're looking for your buyer. We'll find the buyer before the wick burns out. Now, most people are like, oh, I just saw it. Debbie's eyebrows went up, right? Now she's smiling. You know, Lisa was like, kind of like, well, that's interesting. Well, what we've done is we've said to people, okay, Debbie, I'm so glad you're surprised. I'm so glad you're delighted. Who else do you know who would like to be as surprised and delighted as you are right now? In other words, as we go through the 8 steps and we surprise and delight them, well, we have to look for the cues and the clues to ask for the business. Remember, they're most excited about you at the beginning of the relationship. They're most confident that you can get them what they want at the front end of that relationship. So when you're surprising and delighting them, be sure to ask for additional business. So when we go through these 8 steps, and again, we'll share with you the 8 steps. When we go through these 8 steps, we're asking 8 times, who else do they know who'd like to be surprised and delighted? Now, what does that mean today? It means that we're getting 1 incoming referral a day, and we're sending out nearly 1 referral a day. That means 60 referrals are coming in and out of our little group of 11 every single month. So that's just a great way. So mathematically, for those of you who are very financially focused, here's what we did. We took the $300 closing gift, the closing gift that nobody liked, like that bottle of wine or that lamp or that plant or whatever we found at Home Goods on sale, right? We took that $300 closing gift and we divided it up into the transaction. We're not spending any more money. We're just spending $40 here and $30 here and $30 there and maybe $40 there, right? We're spending the $300 throughout the transaction. Why? Because we know customers need to be surprised and delighted along the way. Any questions so far from the group? Either unmute yourself, put in the chat, raise your hand, shout out, do jumping jacks. Okay.
Jessica Estrada just says, love it. And we did take your idea, and you were kind enough to share defining moments after our Vail Mastermind with a group of luxury and second home specialists. And we just put our own spin on it. So I think it's a great guideline. And then you can go ahead and modify it and personalize it based on your client base and what you feel would be the most suitable gifts along the way and define those moments.
Right. So once you've figured out the surprise and delight and you've customized it, right? Let's talk about what's going on in the luxury space. Let's talk about what is happening. I am extremely confident that you and me, we're in the best position we can be, right? You're servicing not only primary markets, but you're servicing resort secondary markets. So let's look at what's going on in the world today. We are clearly in a health crisis. We are in an economic crisis. We are not in a real estate crisis. So let's look at what's really going on and what the conversation should be with the people that you're helping in luxury. For the last 90 days, everyone has figured out that they can work from home. Everybody has figured out that they can work from home. And the people in the rural, urban, the dense urban markets have figured out they don't have to work in that city. They've also figured out that they don't have to commute to those cities every day. So the quality of life can now be much higher, which means they're going to move to those resort secondary home markets where they can have a good life and work from home. What we've also learned, point number 2, is a takeaway from 9/11, that horrible day on 9/11, where we learned that we wanted to travel, but we wanted to do it more by car than we did by plane. Your customers are going to want to travel, but they're probably not going to want to fly as much as they're going to want to drive, which means they're going to be shopping for vacation properties that they can get to within a drive rather than by plane, excuse me. And the third thing I'd say is the stock market is pretty volatile, right? And so your more conservative investors, as well as your more bullish luxury investors, want to park their money in real estate. They recognize that short-term rentals is a fantastic place to park your money. So here's what I want you to think about. If you are truly lead generating into traditional price points and you're lead generating into luxury, I want you to be thinking about a monopoly board. When you're on the conversation with that customer, think about a monopoly board, because they're not necessarily thinking just about your city, right? They may be thinking about another city, right? So get around the conversation of where are your buyers coming from and where are your sellers going to? You see, you really have three markets you're focusing on in luxury. The market that you specialize in, that's obvious. But when you're specializing in that particular market, recognize that your luxury clientele, they typically have a monopoly board. For example, I own real estate in Washington, Oregon, and throughout California. Not just in Palm Springs. I'm sure your customers are the same. So when you're having a conversation with them, use that monopoly board. Let me know, what else are you going to move on your monopoly board? What are you going to move off your monopoly board? What pieces are you moving around the monopoly board? Because the more mature customer of luxury recognizes the sound of the clock is very different. They're going to want to bring the family together. They're going to want to have everybody in one compound. So what we're noticing is that your very urban customer of luxury is moving to the secondary home market. And your secondary home market may be buying land, a larger compound. So be really clear when you're working with luxury, where are these people coming from and where are they going to? The next thing I want to share with you about luxury is, for those of you who may not be in luxury at the highest level you want, you may have a fear that you don't have the confidence, you didn't come from luxury, you don't play in that field. Remember that luxury clientele is typically more forward thinking. They're more focused on where they're going next than they are living in the past. So therefore, the conversation really isn't about, hey, Amy, what is my property worth? That's not the conversation. The conversation is, let me tell you where buyers are coming from, why they're buying, and what they're buying today. If you can change the conversation away from what has sold to what people are buying, and make the connection that you can be the agent that goes, finds the buyers, and you can be the agent that brings the buyers to their property, either virtually or physically, they're probably going to hire you. For example, I went on a listing presentation, what is today, Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday? I don't even know if we're in June or July.
I know.
It's like I've been in the dining room for like 90 days, right?
Same here.
So I went on the appointment on Sunday, actually, and had a conversation. This place is phenomenal. I mean, it is in the best location and one of the best clubs with all the jewelry. And they've been interviewing the on-site luxury team, they've been interviewing the resale team, and then they brought me in. We had a conversation, and the conversation was me asking them a series of questions. That was it, right? It was a 15-minute, let me ask you a bunch of questions. I said, may I return to help you understand what buyers are buying and how we could bring one of them to your front door? They looked at each other and said, yeah, why don't you come back tomorrow? Went back the next day at 4 o'clock. And I basically shared with them what buyers were buying. I shared with them where the buyers were coming from. I shared with them why buyers were buying what they were buying. I shared with them how we find buyers and bring them to the desert. I never went into comps, cost per square foot. I never went into that we were the #1 listing team. Never went into any of that. At the end of the presentation, they said, we're going to hire you. May we share with you why? I said, yeah, because you asked us a series of questions and you helped us understand where buyers are coming from. Every other listing agent we interviewed talked about what had sold in the past. We wanted someone to tell us what we were going to do in the future. So I'm not the agent with the highest sales in that club, but I am the agent that got the listing. Why? Because I help make the connection of how we bring buyers to the property that they want to sell. So again, if you're in luxury and you want that competitive edge, or you're not quite in luxury and you want that competitive edge, have a conversation about what buyer behavior is happening right now. That is the market of the moment. It's not what's selling, it's what buyers are buying. And then as you look at your marketing, as you look at your digital marketing, as you look at your print marketing, as you look at your phone marketing, your prospecting, the message of the moment has to be current, right? It's not about, hey, 95 homes sold in Clearwater last week. It is 95 buyers bought properties in Clearwater last week, right? The owners want to have the visual that they can see a buyer buying real estate, right? So those are two or three things I want to make sure we talk about in terms of how you're doing the conversations in your head. Now, please, when you're going into a conversation on the phone, or you're having a conversation face to face, or you're having a conversation virtually, right? The conversation is about you asking a series of questions, right? It's not telling. And I know we know this. So there's a 4-part system we always use. It's called the 4 C's. And Brandy's probably heard this so many times she could just roll her eyes.
You know what? This got me through COVID though. So this is really important. And it helped my team. We started off, with a lot of struggles, and morale was obviously down, I think, everywhere. And without those 4 C's, and I hope you talk about the 3 G's too, because we are still doing that every morning on our team.
Good.
You single-handedly helped our team in our market center. You boost our morale. I mean, you help boost our morale, and
Great.
We are rocking and rolling. So this, if you do nothing else, take really great notes of this part.
Okay. So let's walk through the perfect day. So I wake up in the morning at 5:30 Pacific time, and I'm doing mental mindset exercise, and I'm role playing with 2 or 3 role play partners every day. And I'm not role playing a particular script of that day. I'm role playing exactly what I'm working on that day, right? It might be a listing presentation, it might be a negotiation, but we have got to become comfortable practicing on our peers, not on the people that pay us. Why is it that we spend so much time rolling the dice, just practicing on the people that want to give us a lot of money? Practice on the people that are the peers that can get us ready for the championship moment with the buyer or seller. So when we go through those role plays, then we start off what we call our 3 Gs. And every morning we do a hotel lineup, just like the Ritz-Carlton, where we go into gratitude. Like it was 11:45, 8:45, I went into the 3G call. What are we grateful for of the morning? The second G would be the goals, right? We have very specific goals we have to hit. In fact, we wrote a 90-day plan from May 1st to July 31st and what we wanted to do, what we were disciplined enough to hit. And I'll tell you, we are actually 1.2 million above that trend line.
Wow.
So that goal is what you have to talk about every day, not weekly, not monthly, but every single day. And that third G is the grit. What do we need to do today so that we can have the wins to celebrate tomorrow, right? So the 3 Gs. Now, okay, you've gone through the 3 Gs and it's like showtime. You're like, oh, who do I call? I've got call anxiety. I don't know how to handle this. These are where the 4 Cs show up. And I've been doing these 4 Cs for a long time. And part of it, most of it, you already know how to do it, right? So it's just to get you in the rhythm. So the first C is care. Every time you make a call, every time you send out an email, every time you send out a text, every time you see someone, you show up with care. Ask them how they're doing, right? Show them you care. The second C, curiosity. Ask them a couple questions, how has this impacted you? Where are you? Where do you want to go next? What do you want to do differently? What have you learned? How can I help you, right? Once they've played their cards, then that third C is where you get to consult them, right? Now, you're not going to lecture them. We're not doing lectures. We're not going to try to win the conversation. We're going to say things like, Debbie, would it surprise you to know that 95 buyers bought properties in Clearwater in the last couple of days? right? Would it surprise you to know that more buyers are buying now in your neighborhood than they bought before COVID, right? You're giving them a little bit of insight to the data to entice them for the fourth C, which is close. You want to close them on something. You might close them into the database. You might close them into a virtual appointment. You might close them into a listing agreement or buyer broker agreement, but you're going to close them. Here's the challenge. When you're tired, or when you're numb, or when your head's not in the right place, or you're just going through the motions, we forget about closing, right? Most of your revenue is not going to come from lead generation, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to come from lead follow-up and closing. So don't forget about that fourth one, closing. Close that relationship, move them along. And the underlying tone is you're trying to figure out, luxury or not, are they motivated to do anything? You know, people are either motivated to do something or they're motivated to do nothing. Your job is to figure out why. You can't be so great that you convince an unmotivated person to list their home. But if they're motivated, you can anticipate what needs to happen next. You can communicate that to them. You can collaborate with the stakeholders that will get that home on the market, and then you move quickly. Now, for those of you in the room, I know a lot of you, like Linda, it's great to see you. Chuck, it's great to see you. Jessica, I know exactly who you are. So these are people that I know show up every day. But for everybody else in the industry, they're just not engaged. So we have to make sure that we're moving as fast as the customers want to move. In fact, we had someone in your region refer a customer to us. Now that customer had been on the market previously. That relationship did not work. We relisted the home at the same price. We found the buyer in San Diego, brought them to the house, gave them a full price offer. All of that done in 16 days. Wow. Why? Because the seller wanted to move quickly. Again, we didn't discount the price. We went out the door at the same price. Yes, we repositioned the marketing. Yes, we went after Keller Williams agents in San Diego, which I'll talk about next, right? But we moved as fast as the customer wanted to move. So if we're not asking those questions, we may not know the speed that they want to move. All right,
you talk about that a lot. Can I just ask one question? Because I'm sure everyone's really wondering. With this Ritz-Carlton experience that you described, you're always talking about being proactive and one step ahead of the client. What does that look like? And how do you, I mean, other than the defining moments, people I think are saying, well, you know, we just do what we're on, something on our checklist, right? We all have checklists, and this is, you actually have, you empower people on your luxury team to know that they have the right to go out and do something, just like the Ritz-Carlton does with their employees. Can you just touch on that?
Yeah. So how many of you, by show of hands, that have the pleasure of staying at a Ritz-Carlton? Okay, that should be a goal for everyone to go there at least once a year, right? Because when you're around that luxury, the scenography of what you see, what you smell, what you hear, what you taste, right, is part of their culture. So we took there are 5 gold standards, by the way, and we took those gold standards to create our gold standards. And what we created what is called Aspire, A-S-P-I-R-E. And Aspire is an acronym because, you know, I love acronyms, right? The first letter A stands for anticipate, right? If you really want to win a luxury customer, you want to anticipate what that luxury customer needs, and you want to give it to them before they realize they need it. Anticipatory service. So for example, I happened to go from Austin to Atlanta, and I arrived at the Ritz-Carlton Atlanta, and they said, Mr. Sandall, it's so great to have you at the Ritz-Carlton Atlanta. We have you going to the club lounge for refreshment, and then we'll escort you to the room. Great. I go up to the club lounge, saw Micah. Micah's like, oh, Mr. Sandall, welcome. You look a little tired today. I said, oh, my eyes are a little irritated from the plane ride. I probably just need to get an antihistamine drop. Well, Mr. Sandall, why didn't you enjoy this beverage? It was iced tea, unsweetened, by the way, for our Floridian friends. I'm sitting there in the club lounge, unsweetened iced tea, and I went to the room probably 20 minutes later. Not only was the luggage there and the suits had been hung, but they had the antihistamine eye drop on the bathroom vanity. What does that mean? It means that a lady or gentleman who works for the Ritz-Carlton is empowered and able to spend up to $2,000 per guest per day to surprise and delight their customer. Now, that little bottle of Visine that might have been $5 at the drugstore or $25 in the gift store, right? Because there's always a markup. But that concierge is able to spend money to surprise and delight me. Now, along the way, he knew that I was traveling with Keller Williams. And so they had in the room a beautiful magazine of Keller Williams Luxury Atlanta that says, on behalf of all of the ladies and gentlemen at the Ritz-Carlton, we appreciate you staying with the Ritz-Carlton. It's our pleasure to be in business with you, right? So the brand analogy of anticipation, here's how it translates to your business. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a really boring job. Like, you do the same crap every single day. It's not that exciting. I mean, if someone says, oh, you're just like Bravo HGTV. No, I've done 7 seasons of HG. That thing is so scripted. It was so scripted that I gave the show to Tarek and Christina because I was done with it, right? That's how they got that show, Flip or Flop. I don't want to do that anymore. I can't even read a teleprompter, let alone a script. So when you're looking at the fact that we do the same thing over and over, it's very boring. The challenge is they don't do it every day. They don't know. And so when they come at you with questions, you really think they're coming at you. So here's how the conversation goes. So Stephen, I am so excited to get your home on the market. Allow me to share with you what's going to happen next. Simple as that, right? Stephen has clarity in what's going to happen next, right? We're going to photograph your home Thursday at 10 a.m. Now, Stephen knows that the photos will be at 10 a.m., right? And then once we photograph your home, we'll have the home on the market within 72 hours. Stephen's been given clarity. Photo shoot is Thursday morning at 10. It'll be on the market in 72 hours. That way, Stephen has to call and say, when are the photos? How long does it take? Will I like them? Now, at the photo shoot, we don't tell Stephen we're leaving a gift, but we will leave the gift, right? To reinforce and train the customer of what's going to happen next. While we're looking for your buyer, i.e. trust us, we're going to find the buyer, you enjoy the fragrance of the candle. And we guarantee we'll find the buyer before the wick burns out. That's getting them trained what's happening next, and don't bother me, right? Just don't bother me. Just focus on that darn candle, don't bother me, right? Now, same thing at the activation of the listing. We might give them a pen. Why? In anticipation of bringing you an offer, we're giving you a pen now. Yes, we all use DocuSign, I get it, but everybody likes a cross pen. Anticipatory service, we are so confident we're going to find your buyer, we're giving you the pen now, right? Just like at the acceptance of the offer, we're going to give you a champagne bottle now. We're going to open it when the buyer removes contingencies. Why? We're so confident this is your buyer. We're going to get you through escrow. Once they remove contingencies, then you can open the champagne. So we're training the clients anticipatory service, right? Look for the cues and the clues. Now, to Stephen, one of the best leaders in the region, in my opinion, he's probably freaking out like, you're telling the people $2,000 a guest per day. No. That doesn't mean you have to spend $2,000 per guest per day, right? Our ladies and gentlemen, i.e. staff, they are allowed to spend up to $500 in a transaction at any point. Why? Because pain causes pain, right? When there's a problem in the transaction, we have a belief that time will help it. No. Time doesn't help. Time hurts. So service recovery, when there's a problem, we know that if you quickly recover the problem, right? The brand loyalty that they have to you is stronger than if there was no problem at all. So if they're negotiating, like, oh, the other day we were negotiating sconces, like it's a $1.5 million house, and the seller wanted to take her expensive candles from the sconces, right? I'm pretty sure I saw those candles at Home Goods or Crate and Barrel. I don't think they were heirlooms in the family estate, right? So I said to the concierge, you know, she's like, I went ahead and bought candles. It was $19, right? I don't want an email asking about buying candles for $19. Just go buy the candles, right? You have to empower your people. Here's the thing about the Ritz-Carlton. They're allowed to spend $2,000 a day. The average spend per guest is just over $50. $50, right? So we're not talking a lot of money. We're just talking about empowering of anticipatory service. Let's go back to Aspire. So we've covered anticipatory service. Now we're on S, serve. If you are looking at talent, right? You're looking to bring talent into your team. You're looking to bring customers in. You're looking to bring vendors in. You're looking for affiliates to work with. They have to be able to serve, right? That servant heart has to show up, even when the seas are really rough. Serve. P, perform. Most of us in this room are commission-based sales associates, which means we have to perform, right? Perform every day. We have to perform. And if we're in a salaried bonus, we still have to perform every single day. Even on the days you don't want to, you have to perform. Inspire, I. Wow. COVID, 90 days ago, here's a visual. It's Palm Springs, it's June 16th. We still have in our little airport thousands of rental cars that were abandoned by the people that had to leave town in 24 hours.
Wow.
Like those cars are parked along the runway, right? Our hotels are still closed. Our rentals are just reopening. I'm president of the Chamber of Commerce. 60% of our businesses still closed. Still closed, right? So who needs a little inspiration? I think everybody does, right? So we have to show up every day to inspire. We have to inspire ourselves. We have to inspire the people around us. And by the way, the customers in front of us, you have to inspire. R, respond. Okay, here's the deal. We're in an industry where most people don't want to respond. I don't know why. They have their hand up. They're going to give you $20, $30, $40, $50,000. And for some way, we can't figure out how to respond to that inquiry. Apparently, we're that busy mastering repetitious boring of the crap we do every day, right? So be responsive to the people that want to give you money. And then finally, excel, E, excel. You actually have to excel every day. You have to outwork your own potential every day. So someone says to me, you know, I'm just not motivated. Well, quite candidly, I'm not really motivated either, but I'm disciplined to get through the day. So if you're having challenges with motivation, right, because you're tired, you've been in your dining room, your living room, your kitchen, you've homeschooled 3 kids, you've missed graduations for your family, or for me, my nieces and nephews, right, I've missed it. Like, I'm not that motivated, but I am highly disciplined to show up every day for those luxury customers and the ladies and gentlemen that support them, to make sure I follow those brand standards of Aspire. Any questions?
So going back, I have one question, if you don't mind, Brady. So one thing we talk about a lot, resort and second home, being a resort and second home specialist. So for those on this call, if they're unfamiliar on where to find those feeder markets or information on where are the buyers coming from, I'm happy to share some resources that I'm aware of. What can you share with them? How do you so convincingly tell the sellers, this is where I think the buyer's coming from, we're going to bring buyers to you?
Yeah, so it starts with a 1-page CMA, right? It tells them, like, you know, your area, like 7 properties under contract, maybe 4 in pending, and then so many sold. And you would look at that data and say, okay, if I don't know anything about those buyers, I personally call every listing agent that I know on active and pending, Congratulations, Renee, on your great sale on 123 Main Street. I'm so excited for you. May I ask you a question? Sure. What city did your buyer come from? They're going to tell you, right? Hey, Jessica, I'm so excited for you that you closed 123 Main Street last week. May I ask you a question? Where did that buyer move from? They'll tell you. And I'm just writing this data down. Then I go to the affiliate and say, tell me from a macro perspective, where the majority of people are coming from per the tax data. Now we know that 70% of our customers are not in the desert. They're coming from Orange County, 2 hours away, which means that if there were no hotels or rentals, they had to drive in, see the house, and drive home. And by the way, for 4 weeks, there were no public restrooms.
Wow.
No restrooms.
Wow.
So what did we do? We Googled all the open restrooms along the freeway that they could use to make sure that they had somewhere to go potty when they needed to go potty.
Wow.
And then I called the country club that I'm a member of and said, I need to make sure we have a dedicated restroom and a snack station for our ladies and gentlemen who are buying real estate. So what happened is they did the photos, they did the virtual tour, they got in the car, they went through the house, spent 30 minutes, drove home, well, restroom at the club, drove home, made the offer. What happened? Higher levels of efficiency. Higher levels of efficiency. So look at the title companies, right? They're going to give you the macro, but call the local agents. They're going to give you the micro. And then you can say, wow, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, can I share with you what's so exciting about these 11 properties under contract? Sure. I know where these 11 buyers came from. They came from, New York, right? Can I share with you why they came to Clearwater? Well, they wanted to get out of New York. They wanted to be in a better lifestyle, and they wanted to have more time at the beach. So when you hire me today, I'm going to network with all those great agents in Manhattan. I'm going to geo-fence and geo-target up to Manhattan and make sure that all those people who want to be in Clearwater know about your property. That's going to be unique, and that's going to go a long way with them because you're doing something different to not just wait for the buyer to show up. You're going to go up to Manhattan. And that story that I went into on Sunday, that I got the listing, here's the thing. They said, no one asked us where we wanted to go next. You're the only person that asked us. And they told me Nashville. I said, great. I've got 3 of the best Keller Williams luxury member agents in Nashville all ready to help you. Here are their profiles. Which one would you like to work with? They said, we're going to call all 3. Great. What does that mean? Now we've taken a listing. Now we have a referral. Why? Because we talked about where they're going next. What does their monopoly board look like? If you're fearful of lead generating, I just say this. It's a lot easier to talk about where you're going next. It's a lot easier to say, listen, I can be the agent. I can be the luxury specialist that helps manage your entire monopoly board. You want to do anything in any market, I'm going to be the person that can be your advocate to make sure that what you want is always met by the agents you hire. I'm sensing that if you follow that coaching, you can have an amazing income stream of revenue from referrals in Q3 and Q4 of this year.
I love that you're contacting also on a local level. I mean, I think we all have our relationships and continue to build them within Keller Williams and Keller Williams Luxury. And, you can look at the 2019 migration patterns through the IRS and all these different ways. But like you said, to see what is going on right now, and things change so quickly, especially with COVID, we've seen a lot of patterns change. Not only are you getting that information to be able to consult with the seller, you're opening a wonderful door to build a relationship with another agent in your top 1%, or potentially down the road, profit share, and being able to help them build wealth too.
On March 31st, which was about 2 weeks into COVID, I called every single agent that was a co-op agent we worked with in Q1. And of all those agents, only 2 had received any communication from their own broker or manager, only 2.
And you have a system that you follow every day. You're 555, right?
555. So I call
555.
five current customers every day, right? 5 past customers every day, 5 people in the sphere every day. And those conversations around the 4 C's, how are you, right? Care, how are you, consult, close. But the other remaining 5 and 5, right? I call 5 local agents in the market. I want them to know I care about them. And candidly, I want them to show my inventory. I also want to find out if they've got inventory that our buyer specialists should know about first, right? And then the final 5 is I call agents upstream, right? Where the buyers are coming from. And I call agents who are downstream, where the customers are going. So in my market, here's how the flow looks. They're going from the coast to our desert, right? And they're leaving our desert for Arizona or Texas. Why? Primarily tax reasons. So I want to get people that are coming in, and I want people know where they're going. So all of a sudden I've got 3 markets that I'm focused on: the market that I'm in, the market where people are coming from, and the market to where they're going to next. All of you are in the expansion business, right? You just may not realize it yet. Hopefully today you realize you're all in 3 markets. You're all in 3 markets.
I'm putting a lot of these notes just for everyone in the chat box, and I'm sure we'll have questions. We have about 1 minute till 12:50, so we'll open up for questions the last 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Yes.
I love that, and I'll try to type all these up and send everything to everyone in one little Word document so you have them for reference. Just real quick, just to kind of end on that, you obviously have been studying the Ritz-Carlton experience and service. You've gone through the Ritz-Carlton leadership. What other resources? I posted on there, the gold standards on their website. This is a great book that I think, well, you can't see it with my background, Excellent Wins. This is written by the founder of Ritz-Carlton. Are there any other kind of resources that you want to share that people can go and kind of do their homework later to understand what you study and what you're learning and sharing with your team?
Yeah, I'm a big believer that everybody in this Zoom room knows what luxury feels like. Okay. It's a feeling, right? It's not necessarily a look, it's a feeling. And so I would encourage you to make sure you've got a very clear 90-day plan, your GPS, your 135, on what goal you have that you want to set. And then for us, the 3 stools of that goal would be listings taken, listings sold, and buyer controlled sales. And then under each stool, you want to figure out the activities you're going to do every single day. Now, if you're not sure what those strategies should look like, think about the brands that do luxury at a high level. What is the commonality? They make the customer feel great. That's the commonality, right? It doesn't matter if it's retail, restaurant, hotels, travel, consumer goods, but they make the customer feel great. How? They focus on the experience that the customer goes through. So think about, if your customer goes through the experience, what does that look like? They're going to meet you, you're going to meet them. You're going to check each other out, talk about your standards and expectations, and then you're off to the races. Think about what the ideal customer experience looks like. Inspiration, Ritz-Carlton Gold Standard. Anything about Nordstrom, anything about Starbucks, anything about a brand that you admire is a good resource. But here's the thing, don't go out reading a lot of books. Read when you have a problem to solve, get a couple gold nuggets, and then go from there.
Great. Okay, so we're going to
Okay, awesome. Who has ahas you want to share? Or some good takeaways from that?
So one of the things that I've always really appreciated is the surprise and delight, especially when he talked about the eye drops being there for him. I think that that's something that a simple implementation of that in business just shows care and concern and can take the level of service that we give to a different level.
Absolutely. Have you seen something like that implemented in a real estate He's talking about staying at the hotel, but
Yes and no. I'm trying to think of some examples where maybe I've personally done some things like that. Some of it has just come down to, people flying in and simple car pickup, something that they just don't have to think about once they get into town. Also, I'm trying to think, there was even just with new construction, actually any property, it doesn't matter, just already having things in place. So for instance, I had a family, had 5 kids, and then the mom and dad, and they moved from Oregon. And that was a week transport from one side of the country to Savannah, Georgia. But then when they got here, I made sure that there were already like different toys and things, because they were stair-step kids, 4, 3, and 2, and then they had 2 older ones, that there were toys and things for the kids to play with, that they already had food that was going to be delivered for that first night. I had soap, like freshly laundered towels and things, toilet paper, just the little stuff, because I knew that they had taken 2 vans across the country with those kids. So when they got there, they were just like, we thought these were things we were going to have to go out and buy, but just simple things that were already there. So I didn't, it wasn't anything grand, but it was meaningful for them.
I love that. Well, and that goes right along with it. If he's saying like there's a $2,000 like maximum budget, but the average is like $50. So like it really is the small things that really are meaningful.
On that same line, what I've heard about is, I don't know where I heard it, but like an experience that someone had is like, if you have a client walking through a home and they say something about a room, they're like, oh, this would make a great yoga room or XYZ. And then at closing, you have like a yoga mat in there as like homage to that, what they said, that you were listening, that you care.
Yes, I love that. And that's, I mean, from what he started out is like, is we have a boring job, right? Like we do the same things over and over, but to like find that level up, to be like, can I make it more interesting and more unique and more individualized for this client by listening and by being fully present? So that's a perfect example of that. Anybody else either have an example of something that was a surprise and delight that you've either seen yourself or you've heard of other people doing, or a different aha?
I actually have a different one. So the very end, when he said read when you have a problem to solve, I thought that was great. I am not much of a reader, so I always have like, even MREA, I have the Audible that goes along with it, and it's almost like being a little kid where you have the book and you press the buttons, and like I'm like, oh, that's Gary saying that. Like so reading when you have a problem almost gave me like a sense of relief of like, oh, that's right. Like I just need to be more purposeful about what I'm reading and not just read because the sake of everybody else is reading this or this is what I should be reading. It's like, maybe it's not the right time for me to read that one thing that they're reading because that's not my one thing. So what is the one problem that I'm trying to solve? And so for those of you who don't know me, I'm the new president of our Greater PA chapter. So we cover Pennsylvania, southern 2/3 of Jersey, and all of Delaware. And so it just makes me think about what are the problems that I'm solving now and how like I really need to hyper focus on reading what is going to help me solve those problems and not just reading for the sake of reading a general leadership book.
Yeah, no, I love that. And then he said, even if you have read, like take your 2 or 3 nuggets. You don't have to like try and take everything all at once. Find what solve your problem. I love that.
Yeah, I love that he said just take a few nuggets, not your entire list of 70 things that you wrote down. Choose just a few so you're not overwhelmed, because I feel like a lot of times I mean, if you went to Mega Camp, every single event, you're like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? Every single speaker, you have like 5 different things that you can take away, but you have to sift through and decide what's most important to you at the time. Maybe you can go back to your notes, but focus on those few things and implement them. And then once they become habit and part of who you are, then you can go back to your notes. Or, I mean, by the time you master it, probably another event comes up and you want to implement those other things. So
Right. No, I have that struggle too. And I've heard, and well, through Jason Abrams, I think there's somebody else, maybe Jay Papazan taught him that of the parking lot. So as you're taking notes, you determine a section, whether it's the very last page or somewhere on your, in your notebook, to say like, these are the actionable items I want to do. And so you just dot those things down. Maybe you end up with 70 of them, but then say, okay, what is the one thing that I think is the most important for me to now go and implement? So yeah, today has already given me like half a notebook full. And then family reunion, mega camp, all this. I have that tendency of feeling like the overwhelm of like, well, if I'm going to get from me to Brady, or from me to Vanessa, like I have everything to do. But what is the one thing that I could do to make it easier? Okay, we have time for probably one more aha or a break. Votes.
I was just going to kind of expand off of what Ben said, because he made a really good point. He said, what is it that becomes a habit? And developing those habits is always key. And we all know, 10,000 hours of becoming an expert at something. And if we continue to do the things like how we have done, just taking one thing, becoming, making it become a habit, doing those things really well, as opposed to 50 million things and they aren't even half good. I don't know what word to use for that, but y'all know what I mean. People, they can do everything and none of it's done well, versus focusing and doing something at a high level. So thank you, Ben, for that reminder and saying that word like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of doing 50 million things. It's like at the beginning, I believe he was talking about how the agent that sold him his house brought him a lamp from like a clearance store a year later. And you're like, that's like doing 50,000 things at once and doing them all poorly. Not a good lamp, not a good time. It was sure surprising. I'm not sure it was delightful though.
It was surprising, but it said useful. He said he still has it, so not delightful.
That's funny. Yeah, you need both the surprise and the delight.
Okay, so next up is Sheena. But let's take a quick break. That's going to be 11:45. We'll be back in, 6 minutes?
All right, sounds good.
Ben?
All right, welcome back. Sheena, I wrote my own bio for you. Is that okay? And I have to just correct, you're DC, just DC, or do you go beyond like Maryland?
Yeah, so thank you. It's the DC metro area. So DC, Maryland, and Virginia.
Okay, so here's what I have written down. Just because what I love about you is you're authentic, that you're a rebel, you're a rock star with a purpose, so motivated by love, dreamed some amazing things, and not just sat there with a dream, but like you brought those dreams to life. I love that about you. A shower bus for the homeless, funding schooling for children in third world countries. I just love that you live with a purpose. So your message so much aligns with the rebel in me of like, why should I do it your way? Whoever's you, right? Like someone's going to tell me something, I'm always going to push back. And I'll always do it my way and shine bright and succeed, doing it with a heart full of love and a smile on my face. So that's why I feel so connected to you. So thank you so much for the generous gift of your time. We're just excited to have you here and excited to learn from you.
Oh my God, thank you so much. I've been like, ever since you asked me, I've just been so excited. And I knew at first we weren't sure if we were going to be able to make it happen because I couldn't get to Idaho. You know, I freaking love, you know, I was recently in Boise and I went to, what's that super bougie area? Sun Valley.
Yes. Love Sun
God.
Valley.
I felt like I was in a movie. I was like, I can't believe I'm here. It was so awesome. So, well, first off, I want to congratulate you guys on this amazing day. It takes a lot to put something like this together, to bring speakers from across the country and people who are watching, and I'm sure will watch later. So bravo. And, you know, just for anyone listening who is part of this YP community, in order to sustain this, you're all going to have to be a part of it. So you've got your leadership, but it really is going to take a commitment, big or small, from each and every one of you to keep this going. And I think what you all are doing is brave and it is extraordinary. And I think if you keep going, you're going to do things that you don't even like, the things that you can't even imagine, the amazing things you're going to be able to do. So come together with this mission, and it's going to be really helpful. Just make sure you keep asking how you can help make this successful, because this is definitely a community effort. For those who don't know me, I know Spencer gave you a bit of detail, but I'll give you just a quick little bio. I guess what people most know about us. So I'll start a little farther back. About 14 years ago, I lost my job at the nonprofit where I was working at the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. I had just finished my master's in national security policy. I thought that I would work as an interrogator for the CIA. I was going through some of those interviews, and I lost my job. So the same week that happened, I graduated with almost $50,000 in student loan debt. And it was the bottom of the market, 2009. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Of course, looking back, I can say it was the bottom of the market. I had no idea. I didn't know anything about real estate. I mean, we bought one house and then another by then. We were moving with the military, and I didn't pay attention at all. I didn't know what I was doing, but my husband suggested real estate. I went, sure, like a lot of people, okay, sure, let me try that. I needed a job. So I went into it, and I was writing, you know, once I started selling a few homes, it did take a while. I sold 6 homes my first year. It just wasn't a lot of inventory, and I didn't know what I was doing. So the really slow market combined with my inexperience, I would not have been able to eat if I didn't have a husband. So a few years in, I went to this women's empowerment event in Baltimore, which is about an hour north of me. And you know, that's just one thing I knew right away when I got into business, is just, I need to meet as many people as possible and connect with them and just love on them, right? Whatever that love looks like. And we'll talk about that soon. But I went to this event, and there was an old friend from high school, and then her husband, who is from Cameroon, Africa. And they had been feeding and clothing the homeless for about 6 years by then. They were pretty, like, very consistent. Every second Saturday of the month, they would bring together hundreds of volunteers and they would feed them. and clothe them. And they said the one thing that it is almost impossible to get in Baltimore is a clean, safe shower. So we want to build a shower truck for the homeless. And I was like, oh my God, that's like the coolest thing I've ever heard. I didn't know that that existed. And so it did exist in San Francisco. An organization called Lava May had done it. And so I said, you know, my business, I think I was 4 years in, I'm starting to get a little bit more consistent business. So I would love to be one of the contributors. It did take about 3 years. So these things take time. And I know they say you could be anywhere you want in 5 years. You can be anywhere you want in 3 years, guys. It really just depends on how quickly you're moving and how, and the people you're able to bring into your world, right? And I was able to build my business in a unique way because I had this thing to share. I had a bigger purpose than myself. Every single listing appointment, every single buyer appointment, hey, if you work with us, we're going to take extraordinary care of you, and we're going to build a shower truck for the homeless. And to be very honest with you, I didn't really know what that really meant until it happened. Took about, again, I said about 3.5 years to get all the money that we needed to build a shower truck. If you're wondering what that costs, it's about $80,000. And then there's the sustainability piece, right? It costs probably $30,000 or $40,000 to run this thing. And so we launched the shower truck. A lot of people knew about it within our network because we had talked about it a lot. And then we were there on the first day, and it was an August day. It was super hot and sticky, volunteering. We had what we call blessing bags, the toiletry bags that we gave to them, as well as a towel. It gave us another reason to reach out to people, right? So once somebody closes on a home, most of us will set them up on some kind of drip campaign, but how much more are they going to want to hear about real estate, right? How else are you going to reach out with value? For me, it was, hey, I have this nonprofit I'm trying to support. I'm trying to keep this thing going. We need to fill a board. So I needed experts in taxes, estates, anything else that could help fill a board. So I filled the entire board with past clients. We had people come down to volunteer. Here, kids have to get volunteer hours. So kids came down, they cleaned the showers. So it was just endless opportunities. They also came to our house and they would create the toiletry bags, because getting hundreds of, different items each week, it was a lot. It was a lot of unpackaging, repackaging. So it really put us on the map. People said this is an organization that cares more than just about itself, right? And that the reason I mentioned that the husband was from Africa is because he had started drilling wells in sub-Saharan Africa. So that was something else that we started doing along with them as a partnership. We would fund their galas, we would help to plan them, and we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some little outside things that were kind of awesome. I read this book by a man named Chris Wilson. He had been in a local maximum security prison in Maryland. And he said that it was called the Master Plan. He said that there was no library, no books in that prison, Jessup Correctional Institution. It's a maximum security prison. And I had read a statistic that said more than 80% of people who are in prison will be released. So these people are coming back to our community. So that leaves us with a decision. We can say, you know what, throw them in there, throw away the key. When it's time for them to come out, we'll let them out. Or we can try something a little more transformative and compassionate, and not just benefit them, but benefit our communities as a whole. Could we bring them that gift of reading? And so I reached out to my community. I went to every mom's Facebook group, and I said, if you could send us one book to this address, we are going to build the Chris Wilson Library. And you guys, in 2 weeks, I had 1,000 books, and people sent the most beautiful books. I mean, brand new. They did send some funny things. It's funny when you get into this kind of work, and I'm sure some of you have experienced this. Somebody sent us a magazine that was like how to decorate small spaces. Oh my God, I don't think this is going in the pod. So funny things show up, but it was still all love. So we took all the books and we brought them to the library, or to what would be the library. The sad thing about that one is I don't have a lot of stories beyond that, because it's just really hard to work with prisons and you can't go inside and see how things are working. But I have a lot of faith that we made a difference there, and we cared about people that people don't think a lot about. So that was one of the coolest things. And I hope what you've heard in my story is there are a lot of ways that you can make a difference without spending any money. I didn't have any money when I started in real estate, right? So that is how we start, and you can do a lot, you know. And I also want to point out that a lot of you are where I was 14 years ago. You're young. I'm now 41, you guys. I'm grandmothered into YP, okay? So you can just call me grandma. But I was where you were, but I wasn't with KW. It didn't really exist in DC at the time. There was definitely no YP. So you guys have this extraordinary privilege and this opportunity. Imagine what you can do. Like, we've done our thing. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep growing. We're still drilling wells in sub-Saharan Africa. We're building a school for girls in Kenya. If you guys want to come with me, I'm going in June. It's going to be amazing. We have a group of people going, actually. So eventually we're going to build a hospital. I'm pretty sure of it, because if you guys go back on my Facebook, you can see I went to a hospital out there and it was a joke. It was a building. It didn't even have a Band-Aid. We are so lucky to live where we are. There's just so much that is possible. If only you wake up and you say to yourself, who can I help today? You should talk to Amanda about building hospitals. Okay, Amanda, we'll talk about building hospitals. Yes, this is what it's about.
You read my mind.
We're going to do this together, right? It's like that book you guys read. I think YP read this book recently, Who Not How, right? Who? It's not, how am I going to do this? I'm not going to do this by myself. Okay, so I'll get back to this. Yes, let's connect. What is possible if we wake up every day and see who we can help, right? If we can make the lives of vulnerable people in our community better. Who is hungry today? Who needs shelter today? Who's lonely? You know, the 50 and over community, think about that as a demographic within real estate. Who are the people that can sell right now? It is people 50 and over. So what if you were to go to them and figure out what it is they need before you start asking for things, right? Yesterday, I had our first 55 and over dinner. And I was definitely the youngest person there, but I held this from my community. We all met at a restaurant. It cost me $25 because that's how much my dinner was. And that was it. But they were so grateful that I had brought them together. We're now doing a coffee every month. And I mean, to learn the wisdom of people who are older than us is pretty extraordinary. And when you give, I promise you, it will be returned to you double, triple, exponentially. Connecting people, right? We should be the connectors. So what help do people need if you're going through Facebook, if you're going through Nextdoor, if you're talking to people every day? Oh, you know, I actually don't have a will. Oh, well, that's pretty important. I have a great expert who can do that. So you're connecting them and you're helping both those people. And here we go, ripple effect, right? Connecting people. There are people out there who need real estate advice. Do you have access to real estate information that you could share with them, right? When people ask how I built the team that I did, that, we didn't really talk about those stats. Okay, I'll just say last year we sold almost $200 million in real estate. We're the number 1 team in DC at KW. We've never bought a lead, never made a cold call. It was all about giving back, right? But what we're most proud of, and I forgot to say it because what I'm most proud of is giving back to the community. We have donated over $500,000 and we've raised millions of dollars by now. And like I said, you guys are going to do so much many bigger things because you get to be in rooms like this, which I just didn't exist when I was there. So I'm so excited to be talking to you guys because I know the power that you have within each of you. When they asked me, you know, what did it take to build a team like this? And the secret wasn't, oh, I planned from the beginning. It wasn't like that. I just literally woke up every morning and went, who can I give value to today? I went through my newsfeed and I'm like, who's asking for things? Who needs things, right? Maybe you guys are on Instagram. I don't know if people are posting about that on Instagram, but find people to whom you can give value. Do you see the difference between going, okay, who is going to give me business today? That's sort of a taker mentality, right? But if you go, who can I help? Who can I help? Who can I help? You wake up every morning, you're going to be able to do a lot with that. There's a great book called Give and Take. If you haven't read it, I literally read it last week and people have been telling me for years, oh my God, did you get all your ideas from that book? And I went, I have no idea what you're talking about. The book's awesome. It's so awesome. And it really helps you to figure out what circles to be in. It helps you figure out who you want to get into business with, because it tells you that people are typically lead with giving nature or taking nature or matching. So you get to decide, right? And maybe you can learn a little bit about yourself too. That's probably the most important thing, to have that awareness. All right. So if you feel ever sort of uncomfortable about asking for business, that's a good thing. You should pay attention to that. That probably means that you're a good person, and it should probably trigger you to go, oh, I need to give a little bit before I ask for the business, right? So the secret to growing something really big and powerful and amazing and that gives back is to be a giver. Wake up and just think, what can you give, right? So I always talk about, we got to leverage our networks for good. As you're building, as you're bringing more people into your world, see who you can connect, right? All right. And if you are able to, you can build a business that is beautiful. You know, you can build a business that you absolutely love and wake up every morning to a life that, again, you almost never could have imagined. I've been out of production for 6 years. I can do whatever I want every single day. And my choice is to go do this. This is like my 4th or 5th talk today. Not today. Oh my God, that'd be crazy. This week, because this is my purpose. My purpose is to share how you too can build a business that loves people and that leaves the world a better place. We're not here for very long, guys. And it is about legacy, and it is about creating something lasting. Why the heck are we doing this? Just for ourselves? It may be fun for a while. And like, yeah, I'm like a sneakerhead. I love sneakers. I love Lululemon. I'm living a little bit larger than I did when I first started. I'm still not touching the hotel liquor refrigerator. I don't know, you guys, that just seems a little too pricey for me. But really what it comes down to is living large by helping others. So I do want to give you a few little tactical gifts if you're looking for right now business. So here's a few ideas. All right. I think I've got 4 on here. The first thing, if you have not updated your LinkedIn profile in a while, go ahead and LinkedIn, update that, right? You want to make sure that people know that you're in real estate. Make sure they know that you're with Keller Williams, the biggest, most successful real estate company in the world. We sell the most volume. We sell the most transactions. It just came out in August. We sold 22% of the real estate that was sold in this country. 22%. So update your LinkedIn, and then what I want you to do is choose 5 people. You could choose more, but start with 5 baby steps, people to review. I don't know if it's called reviews or testimonials. It's not called either of those things, but find 5 people and write a review. It can be past clients, it can be people you used to work with, and you might say, Sheena, I'm going to review a past client. How am I going to do that? That's a really good question. Super awkward. Not really. Was this person, you were in a business relationship with them, right? So I had a great experience working with this individual. They were very responsive. They were so gracious. Oh, recommendations. Thanks, Amanda. So recommendations, look that up. They were resourceful. They were gracious. They were proactive. They were super analytical, whatever you want to put. But this is a place where you can give, right? And then send them a text and say, hey, I just left your review on LinkedIn. I was just thinking about you. Thank you so much again for that opportunity that you gave me. And if you have any real estate needs or anyone you know does, please let us know. Okay, I'm going to give you 1 more that's not on the list. So we're going to make it 5. I always lie about how much I'm going to give, because then something pops in my mind. I go EDD and I'm like, okay, you need this too. Okay. So another thing is not written down. At least once a month, you guys should be posting on your Facebook something to the, oh, look at Kristen. She looks like she's flying a plane. All right. Okay. So every month you should be putting on your Facebook, if you or anyone you know is looking to buy or sell a home anywhere in the world, or you can say country because world may be a little much. That's a lot for somebody to grasp, but anywhere in the country, I would love to help. We have the top agents in the whole country. We have, the most successful agents in the country, however you want to verbalize that. But just remembering the power of KW and that network, because guys, that's the easiest passive income. You have a license, holy crap. Do you know how many people around you are buying and selling every single day, right? So think about that. People in Idaho, I guess they're probably moving from California to Idaho. Where did they move out? If they ever move out, where are they going?
Texas.
Where? Texas?
Texas, yeah.
Oh God, that's where everyone's moving here too. Like, come on,
Yeah.
Florida, Texas. There ain't no room left. There's room.
Yep.
Okay. All right, cool. So people from Texas, right? That's when you could post. You could post something about the Houston Rodeo and Livestock Show is dope if you haven't been. So, you know, maybe that's the thing that you remember, like, hey, if you've ever been, here's, you know, post a little photo of that. And I know a lot of people have fallen in love with Texas. If you're thinking about making a move, let me know. I know the best agents in Houston and I can connect you. I get at least one deal from that every single time I post it. So make sure you make that a thing. Okay, that was your bonus. I won't charge you for that one. Okay, 3, it's starting to get cold. Well, not really. It will get cold, at least not here, but it is going to get cold. Think about all the people in your community who have a closet and they open it and all this stuff falls out, right? Warm weather gear, right? Jackets, earmuffs, gloves, all kinds of things that people on the streets could really use, right? So this is another free, easy way for you to get in touch with people in your community. You can print out flyers, you can knock on doors, that say, you know, you can, with your sweatshirt that says your team, real estate team name on it, you can have little postcards, however you want to run it, post it on Nextdoor, post it in local Facebook groups. Just let people know that you're going to be coming around and picking up warm weather gear to bring to XYZ shelter, or maybe you're going downtown Boise. I don't know if you have homeless people there. We have a lot in Baltimore and DC. So we don't actually even have to go to a nonprofit. We can just set out, we've set out tables. We do Dunkin' Donuts hot chocolate. We do Dunkin' Donuts coffee. We used to do it on Thanksgiving morning. Okay, I'm going to give you a little 3B. I just contacted, talking about leveraging our network, right? I contacted one of my favorite restaurant owners. His name's Mark, and he runs this like steak-free restaurant that is like, is growing. It's been in DC. They just opened in New Orleans. They're opening in Baltimore. And I'm like, hey, I have a network in Baltimore. If you want, he also created a nonprofit called Feed the Fridge. And so they're feeding homeless people. And I said, how about if I raise the money and we raise enough for 200 meals from your steak-free restaurant, and then I will bring the volunteers to come on Thanksgiving morning, and I'll bring tables and we will feed people. And he's like, I'm in. I'm 100% in. So I'm sure there are people in your community, and look at that. You're going to help the restaurant, if not their nonprofit, right? You're going to help put them on the map. You're going to help people who, you know, they have nothing to do on Thanksgiving Day if they're not cooking, or you could do it the night before, right? You could be flexible with it, but take some of these ideas and see how you can create this amazing ripple effect, and you lead it, right? Okay. Now I will say, if you're going to do the warm weather thing, you might want to consider having an Eventbrite or a Google form where people can sign up with their address and ask them to write in within a time slot, so that you know that they're going to be there, right? Say, we don't want anything left outside because we don't want it to get stolen. That way you can actually have a conversation. Make sure that it's required that they put in like an email address or contact information as confirmation. Something. If you do Eventbrite, you can make those required questions. You can also put at the bottom of that, and I do it all the time, so don't be fearful. You could say, do you know anyone looking to buy or sell a home in the next year? Okay. What else have I got for you? You could post anyone who announcing, you know, anyone who buys or sells a home with us by the end of the year who is not already in our network, or who has not already spoken to us, we are going to donate $500 to your charity of choice. Okay. And if someone comes to you and they're like, oh, I've been looking with you forever, or we just wanted our contract, I wish that was available, you're going to get 1 or 2 of those. And say, oh, well, you know, we did kind of allocate those funds for these future clients. However, I would be happy to do $250, and would just ask that if you know somebody who is looking to buy or sell by the end of the year, I would love to be connected with them, and then I'll donate another $250 by the end of this year. How does that sound? All right, so create a brief and powerful analysis, local market analysis, and send it to everyone's email address who you have, and let them know that you can provide a pricing analysis specifically for their home, or a home that they might be falling in love with. And this might be like, oh my gosh, that's so obvious. The thing that isn't obvious that I think a lot of people, even really experienced real estate agents do, is they just transfer information. They don't actually, I'm sorry, they just pass information, they don't translate it, right? So if you're putting on your social media, hey, the average days on market for Boise is 34. The average yield on list price is this. It's like, as a consumer, most of them have no idea what you're talking about. They're not anchoring them to anything. You're not saying if that's good or bad, what it means for them. What's the difference between 34 days and 14 or 57? Is that good? Is that bad? So you'll translate it and you want to keep it positive. So when you're writing up this analysis, hey, this is why this is good news for buyers, and this is why it could be good news for you as a seller. It's always good news, right? It may not be good news for everybody, but it is good news for some buyers and some sellers. So you just have to figure out what that is and tell that story. I think that was the last piece of that. The final thing is I wanted to share with you a little story. You may have heard about Warren Buffett. We've been talking a lot about giving today. Warren Buffett, of course, has billions of dollars, and his idea was, I am going to give the money away after I die, because he was obsessed with compound interest, right? Invest, the thing grows. Invest, the thing magically grows. And so then he would have so much money. And his wife said to him, Warren, people are hungry now. People are unhoused now. People are dying now because they don't have malaria vaccines. And that's what it took for him to go, okay, we'll start giving now. And he did make that pledge with Gates that he was going to give away the majority. And I think he has promised to give away 99%. I just read recently that, I hadn't really thought about it, I guess, but it's really hard to give away $1 billion. Like, most people cannot do that responsibly in their lifetime. So he has started to give that money away. He has plans for the rest of it. But my point is that you shouldn't wait either. Even if you're at the start of your career, I will tell you that most people, if they haven't made a habit when they're starting to give, by the time you're a millionaire agent, which all of you on this call are probably going to be, you're not going to all of a sudden become generous. So give now, even if it's not money, even if it's just a gift of time, a gift of labor, a gift of a connection, start to give now. And then it's going to become a lot easier to give away hundreds of thousands of dollars when you really are able to. And the other piece is, make sure that you tell people what you are doing, and don't feel like, oh gosh, I just don't want to show off. If I didn't tell you guys these things today, maybe some of you wouldn't do as much as you thought you could do. Maybe you would feel like, you weren't capable of those things. I know for me, I had to hear some of these things before I started doing it. Gary Keller walks around with lots of money and he hands it out every day. Did you know that? He'll go to a public bathroom, and if there's someone cleaning it, he'll give them money. And now I do that only because he gave me this idea. So you really do have the power. If you grow something amazing, an amazing business, you can be an accelerator of good. So hopefully you can take from that and make something awesome, solve the problems that you see in your community, and just know that I am a phone call away or a pretty quick flight away. So if you ever come to the DC area, I would love to see you, and, let me know if you need anything at all. And thanks for having me.
Sheena, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Do we have anybody that wants to ask a question? Do you have time for questions?
Yeah.
Or any ahas?
I have an hour and 15 minutes for questions. So.
And Gary Keller giving away money every day.
I think it's just interesting that every single person we've heard from today that's been successful is like, give back, give back, give back. Nobody's saying like you create business through just your referral relationships with rich people. It's just like give back, give back, give back. And so I think that just going back to the basics is a great reminder of like basic humanity is hungry for connection and relationship. And so many times we look over that just so we can grow ourselves, and essentially, and then you miss the big picture. And so it's a good reminder.
Well, I think Spencer was pretty selective with who he brought on. And I think these are conversations that are starting to happen a lot more. And I think, when I got in, I used to hear all the time, oh, he's gotten to this level, but he's been divorced, and there's nothing wrong. They're not going to stigmatize divorce on this, but I think, and I saw that for a little while for myself, where I was just so focused on business and nothing else mattered. And I think we can get into that habit. Once you start feeling this sort of success that you've never felt before, it can become addictive. So maybe just, again, start that giving mindset earlier, and then it won't get too bad. So, what's the point in building all this if you can't actually enjoy it? And the meaning of life, I think, really is to make other people's lives more comfortable. So, you can have a collaborative impact both on you and the community by thinking in that way.
I love all of this. This is like the sunshine I needed. I'm very much a giver also, sometimes to my detriment. So I definitely need to make sure that I'm being purposeful with what I'm doing and that it's still a lead generating activity, and not that I'm always giving just for the sake of giving. So it just reminds me to pick things that are more tangible with a purposeful outcome that do well, but remind me to stay focused on my business at the same time.
Amanda, you bring up a really good point, and I think this book will help you for people who are naturally people pleasers. I stayed for a long time in some relationships that I shouldn't have because I went, all that matters is the mission. But then I realized relationships with people that care more about, and that's okay. I feel good about it. You have the right to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Love it. Any last thoughts? Well, I don't think you haven't earned grandmother, Sheena, even though your grandmother did KWYP. You're like a big sister. So thank you so much for being who you are. And again, the generous gift of your time. We sincerely receive it with gratitude. We don't take it for granted. And we'll be in touch.
Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. And contact me anytime if you need help, okay? Thanks,
Okay.
Spencer.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, we have one of my very favorite humans, Katie Campbell. Katie, you probably sent me, I think we talked about you sending me a bio, but I just wrote my own. So what I love about Katie Campbell, she's the heart of KWYP to me, sincerely. As I joined the national community and was the only one from Idaho, she is just so authentically herself and so caring, and wears her heart on her sleeve. Tears on her cheeks, and it's courageous to show the emotion that you do, the vision of living a life by design, to dream, to live your own mission, to stay devoted to these, and adapt your mission as you progress. Our conversations always leave me feeling so seen and understood. We can connect and relate to each other, both on some of our conversations have been about imposter syndrome, and then how to become the mountain. Still need to read that book, Katie. How do we live with our imposter syndrome? So often we're just chatting on the phone as our kids are in the background, living their best lives. Some of those successes and challenges that come with parenthood. And then living, you're always helpful and always willing to share Trello boards. So I just have so much love and gratitude for you, Katie, and excited to hear your message.
Well, I don't know if you were intending to make me cry with that since you mentioned my crying, but A+, glad that I didn't get around to my mascara today. So please forgive my dead look, but thanks, Spencer. So I know a lot of you on here. For those of you who don't know, I don't think I could ever write a bio to top Spencer. In case you're wondering, like a little tip of mine, don't send in a bio and just see what the people say of you. If your love language is words of affirmation like mine, it actually turns out pretty great. I used to do this to Marie Keller all the time. So my name is Katie Campbell. I call myself a displaced Texan living in Philadelphia right now. I am no longer in production. However, my husband is, so we will take all of your Philadelphia area referrals. Thank you very much. I am the co-founder and host of the We're Your Friends Now podcast, launching this month. Co-owner and founder of Speakeasy, and admin operations coach, member of KWYP GPA. I've been a member of 3 different chapters because I move a lot. I have a lot of FOMO. So I've been a solo agent, a team agent, a director of ops, a PC, a TL, and everything in between, except I will literally never be an MCA. Jason Abrams, I think, currently holds the record of being fired from an MCA role at like 27 hours or something. I guarantee you I would beat that. Will never. So Spencer, I think we were going to dive into KWYP, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Listen, are there any non-members on the call? Yeah? Amazing. Okay. I was like, this is going to be a love fest. If it's not, we're just going to talk about why we love it. Oh, Anna, I'm happy you're here. Okay. So this is always interesting when people ask me to share KWYP, because oftentimes I feel like we try and take our experiences and narrow them down into something tangible, right? And if you're not part of KWYP, this is something that you will probably see people stutter over a lot, because we have this issue of it's this amazing thing and we're all part of it and none of us can tell you any tangible reasons why we love it so much, and we end up looking like a cult. And that's okay. I'll take your blood sacrifice later. We kind of are. So I guess I'll start with mine by starting with how I got into real estate. I have been in retail management and event planning for all of my career, probably like 13 plus years. I quite literally woke up at 2:00 in the morning one day and was like, I'm going to quit. I'm going to do real estate. I always thought it was something that I would do when I was older, had a couple kids at home, and, you know, just kind of wanted to like go show houses for fun because I had moved a few times. So like I knew the drill. And I was sick of somebody else dictating my hours and missing out on everything that was important to me, hoping that at the end of the year, I would get a 25-cent an hour raise. So I did. I walked into my job and I handed in my resignation, and they were like, I had no idea you had been getting your real estate license. I was like, well, I wasn't, but I am. We're gonna go with it. The reason it was so interesting to me is because it was something that I knew I would get out what I put in. And I know myself. So I'm scrappy. I'm a 3rd child. I'm whatever Enneagram I need to be for you to understand that, like, I know if I have to bet on myself, I know it's okay. And I also know that I'm a high I with a lot of FOMO, and I like all the things, and I really, really love people. And that if you have to play all in on something, I'm going to be the person who's going to play all in. So I decided to pursue real estate, and it's kind of the same reason, right, why I started to pursue KWYP, because we had a lot of people, I'll call them experienced agents, who were in my office. And I wanted to go in the office. I wanted to be there. I wanted to put everything in that I could, and I wanted it to be a fun environment. So I was like, man, if we had some younger agents in the office, I bet our office would recruit more younger agents. And then we could have all these young agents taking over. And wouldn't that be super fun? And then I found out that one of the offices down the road was launching a KWYP chapter. And so I joined them. And I thought that I was going to get a bunch of really cool friends, and it was going to be really, really fun. And we could all vent about how hard it is to be, you know, younger and in real estate and blah, 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 and not know how to use fax machines. And boy, was I wrong. I did get all of that. I also got a lot of people who started using words around me that I had no idea what they meant. They talked about dreams that I had only read about in books. They spoke about things and claimed them for themselves that my parents had told me growing up that those are just for people who were born with money. They started pushing every single belief that made up the fiber of my being, to the point where I had I'm probably the worst advocate for KWYP and Bold, because I'm like, it drove me to my divorce. It's a good thing. It pushed every single bit of the life that I had built for myself and made me dissect it and realize how much I had been settling for mediocrity instead of actually understanding who I am, what I was built for, and where I could go. That doesn't mean that I grind 24/7. I grind a lot. I like to. Again, I put everything into everything that I do. But it also meant that I had a lot of work to do on myself. So for those of you who don't know me or haven't heard my story before, when I was 15 years old, I was given 6 months to live. I always say, again, not an MCA, I'm really, really bad at math. I'm 35 years old now, so that's like a little bit more than 6 months, I think. Somebody check me if I'm wrong. I lived so much of my life thinking that if I wanted for more or dreamed bigger, that it meant I was ungrateful to be alive. That belief shadowed me so much, I didn't even know how to dream big. I didn't know how. I was really good at executing on a plan that somebody else provided. I was really good at saying, oh, but wouldn't it be cool if we did this? Just a little bit over expectations. Then I started putting myself in rooms in KWYP where people were talking about netting their next million, not 1 million, their next million. They were talking about giving $1 million. They were talking about the lives that they were going to give to their children. And I sat there like, wow, y'all, I really just wanted to make 6 figures at some point in my life. I thought I would be like this bad, we're recording, I'm not gonna cuss. I thought I would be like this, be like bad boss in charge making 6 figures. Y'all, how little can you dream? So about 2 months in, I started throwing myself into KWYP with everything that I had. What I found were a bunch of people who not only took me in to teach me, but who loved me in a way that I had never, ever imagined for myself. I didn't understand it, but it's because they understood themselves and they were constantly looking to better themselves. And so they were able to relate to other people and they were excited to give their knowledge, experience, and growth to others. And they were looking for people to link arms with and say, let's grow together. There's a whole future of our industry, and this industry can change lives. Why don't we have a say in how it does? Why don't we have a say in what the next generation sees as possible? Not as possible if you grind 24/7 or if you're one of the few who make it, but why don't we just teach this as the norm? Hey, you can understand your money. You can have control of your future. You can have control of your finances and your job and your family life. You can do all of that, and that should be the norm. So that's what I did. I got super involved and just threw myself into every single KWYP thing that I could. If there was a class, I was there. If I was good at something, I taught about it. If there was an event, I went. I realized in myself that being a perfectionist actually wasn't a good thing like I thought it was, and that I had a huge fear of taking risks. So I afforded myself the opportunity to spend an entire year traveling the country, spending time with high Ds who like risk so that I could understand how their brains work. And every single one of them greeted me with open arms, showed me everything, let me shadow them. And instead of just talking to me about different ideas, they beat down my limiting beliefs like they had war hammers. I have several group texts. If any of you are in YP, you know our Facebook chats are just out of control. I have a group text with Patrick Brussel, Murray Keller, and now Brett Campbell. It's been in existence for since 2018. That same group text, we've added Brett now. And that text shows, I would love to print it out because the journal of my growth is all there because those people linked arms with me in YP and pushed me into better. They pushed me from good to great. And when I thought I was great, they were like, oh no, you've just started. I am now a girl who loves risks. I'm now a girl who dreams big. I'm now a girl who pushes others to see what they can do for themselves. This is so cool. It's such a cool opportunity, but you can't come into it looking to make great experiences for yourself or great opportunities for yourself. If you come in looking to love other people, the opportunities that will open up to you are unthinkable. The places that I'm at now, the rooms I get to be in, the people that I get to be in daily conversation with are the future leaders of our industry. How cool is that? A lot of them are leaders right now, but we will be running the show and we get the opportunity to grow alongside them right now. I think that's like the coolest thing ever. I had something else that I wanted to talk about while we were talking about YYP, but I'm like really on the brink of tears. And so I'm gonna cool it for just a second. But I really do want to say, like, Spencer, congratulations, because the amount of work that it takes to launch a chapter is enormous. And a lot of times it's so frustrating because you're spinning your wheels and you've gotten a taste of YP and you know how amazing it is, and you're trying to convey this message to other people and they may or may not see it, and you're trying to just get people to come in and take a taste, because if they taste it, they'll be bought in, and it's so hard. And for you and your leadership group, the amount of work that you've put into this, the stance that you're taking to demand leadership and a better opportunity for the people in front of you. I just so commend you and respect you for that. And I'm so, so, so excited for you. Now I am going to cry anyway. But I love you so much. And I am so excited to see what y'all do. And we are, all of us here, all of us in National, everybody is here cheering you on, and like anything that we can do to support y'all and help you grow. I just, please, 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 you know to never ever hesitate to call me. I hope you know that by now. Although I will be writing a new amendment every time you text me for questions. I'm going to request time with your wife too, because I love her. Okay, I stopped crying can I talk for just another second?
Absolutely.
It's probably like the first time I've asked for permission to talk. So the other part of YP, and I don't advertise this as like join for this, and just to show, like I jokingly said at the beginning of it that it drove me to my divorce. It's a good thing. I promise it needed to happen. It actually is like a full circle moment. So my husband and I met through YP, my current husband, not the one I divorced. My current husband and I met through KWYP. And it actually is like a really cool show of the power of YP. When COVID hit and everyone was stuck at home, we just banded together and we were like, well, we don't want anybody to fall deeper into a depression or feel lonely, and let's work through this together. So we just started doing Zoom happy hours from our houses, from our couches. We would play games, we would talk about life, we would figure things out together. We taught classes to each other. We had masterminds, and my husband and I actually met on there. We started visiting each other, and let me tell you how cool it is to have a relationship blossom in front of 1,300 of your closest friends. And then to find out that you're expecting a child after being told that you couldn't have one. And now our son has 1,300 aunts and uncles who are going to teach him bold laws as he grows up. He's going to be investing partners with people in KWYP, and the environment that he gets to grow up in only drove me even further into wanting to give back to the next generation, because the next generation is living in my house with me now, and he gets to see my life transform, Brett's life transform, and watch the reason for it in front of him every time he comes to an event. So again, I don't tout it as a dating service, and also you will find some pretty amazing people. But I do tell people though, they're like, what's the best dating app? I'm like, Zoom and KWYP, that's all I know. So that's my YYP, I guess. If you want to know like a current thing that's going on with me, when I talk about my career and everything that I've done, literally every door that's open to me can be traced to KWYP. I mean, right now I'm launching 3 businesses, and 2 of them are in partnership with people that are in KWYP. And it's, missions, visions, and drive aligning, and the opportunities present themselves, and you have a bunch of people that like and trust that you can work with, right? And if you asked me a couple years ago when I was helping Dallas launch theirs, I never ever would have thought that this would be where I am. And it's cool because I sat on a strategy call with one of my partners today, and I was like, the issue isn't getting it going, the issue is reining it in to launch, because it doesn't have to be perfect, because we now dream so big that like we can just press go and know it's going to work out.
I love it. Again, you're the heart of YP for me, and have given me permission to show up as my authentic self. So thank you for that. Tears. If I have my answer to that question of why I YP, I remember going to my very first family reunion was in Orlando. And like a month before, here locally in Pocatello, they were like, hey, there's a Chamber of Commerce Young Professionals. And I looked into it for like 2 minutes. And once I found out, like, you have to be a member of the chamber, and I was like, I don't want to, like, we were not in a place to commit to that financial obligation. So I was like, well, forget that. But then I was like, I've loved everything about Keller Williams up to this point. So I'm wondering if there's a young professionals group within KW. And through a Google search or two, Facebook group, I found it, and yeah, really quickly found the final Wednesday of every month. I gave us a information session, and Cami said, "Hey, if you can get to Orlando fast, just the day before, we're going to have an advance." And so there's already all this anxiety and all this fear of like, Anna and I have built this business, and what if I'm investing my time and my money to go to Orlando to go to this conference, and like, what if it sucks? What if I don't show up well? And then to add to that, this YP event of like, I knew Cami walking in there, and so to walk into that room of strangers, it was exactly what I needed, because it was a day before like all the traffic showed up. So at least I got to like know what the conference center was, and meet some people. And same thing as you talked about, is like, as they're talking about wealth, and I look around the room, and people that are younger than me but are working on their second or third $1 million of net worth, and then to feel embraced by those individuals, to feel like I found my tribe, because real estate can be lonely, and it can be a grind, and it can be, man, the rejection and the frustration of deals falling apart, or friends and family members using somebody else for their service. And when we're so in the trenches of like, I need my next deal. So it was such a relief and such a breath of fresh air to like be around people that had a bigger vision, that if we start with service and if we start with giving, then that will bring more business into our business. And so to all of that was just this experiment of like, I'm hoping that this additional cost of going a day early, having another day of expense, having another time away from family, are we going to get an ROI on it? And shortly after coming back from Anaheim that year, we did get a referral from YP, and so we were able to prove the ROI, the red light, green light with our expenses. Like, was able to pay for our trip, and Katie, you've been so helpful to like say, hey, we're gonna go to events and find people that either I can send out a referral, or I can find somebody that's going to give us a referral, and that will fund the travel. So that was my very first, like, proving. For me, it was searching for a community, and been blown away by the love and the resources and people helping me dream bigger. And not only that, but like stepping into being like, let's like break it down to like, what do you need to do today so that you can get to your goal. So I'm so grateful for this community, for the relationships that it allows me to create, and to look forward to meeting my friends. Have to get on a plane to see my friends now, but so grateful for it. That's why I YP. If anybody else wants to join.
Spencer, can I add on to yours a little bit? Because the community part is so real, right? And even people who think like, oh, I have friends or whatever, it's so different once you're in here. Again, we sound like a cult. It's okay. But as you were talking, it reminded me of such a recent thing. Even like, we take this community aspect so seriously. So much like Spencer deciding last minute to go to family reunion about 2 weeks ago, the night before a conference in Nashville, Spencer's wife decided to join, and it was a women's conference, Her Best Life. And there were a few of us from KWYP going. And she said, I don't really know anybody there. And she still took the leap of faith to come. And when she got there, we all greeted her. And I don't think it actually crossed any of our minds that we had never met her. Like we're so invested in Spencer, and we're so invested in his family, in our group, and our tribe, that like, great, Anna's coming. Anna's one of us. Anna's ours now. Like she's just part of us. And it was such a cool moment to like, she walked in and we were so excited. Every single one of us was so excited to see her. And it just never even dawned on me that she wouldn't just be part of our community. I love it.
Oh, that gave me so much just peace of mind and confidence to know that like I can send my wife to an otherwise humongous group of other strangers, women, but knowing that like my sisters in YP will bring her in with so much love and zero like competition, but just a welcoming, loving embrace. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to that really fast. I was so nervous and literally walked in, that like suitcases in hand, and there's Katie and like maybe 3 or 4 other girls just welcoming me with hugs and smiles, and like it literally was just the most beautiful thing. And now they've become like some of my good friends, like what Katie said, like we have group chats and like we're all encouraging each other and sharing our goals and our dreams, but also sharing like our personal things. And it really is just such a cool community. And I didn't, Spencer would talk so highly of it, but I didn't understand it until that Her Best Life that Katie just explained. And we weren't even there for YP, but it was, yeah, just absolutely amazing. So I can speak to that as well. So thank you guys.
I love you. I'm so happy you came.
Love you too. Thanks for making me feel so welcome.
I want to ask Tamika, are you able to share your why?
Yeah, I am here. So my story is a little bit different. So I had a 15-year career in an education space. And during that time, so I have or had, I'll say it that way, I had a whole bunch of student debt because I had 3 degrees, which would propel me to do what I thought it is I wanted to do with my life. And very quickly, I began to realize that that space was not the space that I desired to be in. And I got my real estate license in 2018. And then in 2020, when the world was all falling apart, the KWYP Savannah chapter launched. And our launch was in October of that year. And I met some individuals at that event who were young and they were doing things at a really high level. Now, in the space that I was in education, I was at that time over 55 elementary, middle, and high schools. So I was at the top of the game at a very young age. And I was bored. I'm not going to lie. I was bored with it. The politics, all of it, it just was not aligned to who I was. And I realized I was losing myself, who I am as an individual, because over, excuse me, over 5,000 employees know who I am, but I don't necessarily know who they are. And you can imagine how you have to be on your P's and Q's when it comes to something like that. So at that event in 2020, I noticed that there were, excuse me, y'all, I've been dusting and doing this at the same time. So hence all of this. So anyways, excuse me, I met some of those individuals and I would ask them a question and like, how is it that you've had this level of success? And they kept pointing to people who were in the room. Well, I met this person and because of this person, they told me this and blah, blah, blah. And I just began to realize it was like a light bulb moment of everybody who was in that room was impactful for each other. So I happened to stumble into the right place. And people would hear about me and my life and they'd say, you need to connect with this person. You need to connect with that person. And so I did that. And we had dinner that night. And there was one individual in particular who really kind of shaped things for me. And in a 15 to 20-minute conversation, she had things that I was afraid to say to other people in my education space, she had gotten out of me. And a plan for me, one of the big questions that she asked was, do you want to stay in education or do you see yourself going full-time in real estate? I was never able to vocalize that I wanted to go full-time in real estate because again, I never knew who was around me. And if they heard me say that, I knew there could be repercussions. And I had no hesitation. I said, yeah, I want to move into real estate. So she began to ask me a series of questions. And by the end of that conversation, I knew exactly how much money I needed to save. I had a timeline to be able to do these things within. And I like walked, like if nothing else happened, I knew I was going to be okay, because one thing I know is I can bet on myself and I'm never going to fail. And so that happened. And I set up a call with another individual who was there. She and I talked for 30 minutes one day. And at that point, I knew everything I needed to do. And it does make me emotional. So I wasn't going to say that I was going to do these things and waste people's time. And I ended up, what will be 2 years ago on this Sunday, I walked away from that 15-year career. And I came into real estate full time. And it has been, I've found myself again. I found the people who allow me to be me, and they don't judge me for not having this or not having that, or not wanting to live my life the same way that the majority want to live. And then it was like everything began to open up, and I began to meet the individuals, a lot of you who are on this call. And I began to realize, like, you're not weird. You aren't. You just think and dream bigger, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And a piece that I'll show y'all, or I'll tell you about. Last night I was cleaning out my office in my house, and I found a pay stub from 2020. And in the top left-hand corner, it said gross $82,000 and some change. And for that 2 weeks, it was $2,176. It's not always about money. However, now I look at that amount and I'm like, I was busting my tail for so long, and I had already hit the ceiling. It wasn't going to be like, I wasn't going to get a check that was much more than that. And I know that these people who are on this call, if they trust me to deal with their clients, they'll send me referrals. That we trust each other, that we invest in each other, and we want to see everyone grow and prosper. And because of that, I don't have to be concerned that, and it's a mindset shift of $2,176 is now like I can, there's no limitation, but that number was a limitation. It couldn't be much more than that. And so one of my friends, I sent a picture of it to her, and she said, you need to frame it and put it in your office. So I'm going to frame it. I'm going to put it in my office, because that is the motivator. At any time I'm like, man, I'm not hustling the way I need to. I'm not grinding how I need to. $2,176. You better believe I'm gonna get after it. So for all of you who, you all have played a part, and some of you I don't know, but I look forward to getting to know you. This community will change your life. There is absolutely no doubt about it. And just truly step into it, and you will be amazed at who can pour into you. So everybody, I appreciate you. Thank you, Spencer, for making me cry. And yeah, that's it.
Tamika, thank you so much for being here. Your support leading up to this, the conversations, helping me create a vision. So I appreciate you. Amanda, can I call you out? Would you be willing to share why you
can. Yeah, so I will lead into this with saying I'm not the best follow-up to Katie or Tamika in that I'm just wordy. It's just a fact. So that's part of why I love being surrounded by people who aren't so wordy, so I can learn and grow from them. But so I worked in environmental consulting. My degree is in geography and community planning. I worked FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers, public, private, personally. So I graduated college 2010. I settled on my house a month later. Married my husband a year later. He was traveling for work, and 4 months later he was diagnosed with, or actually 4 months later he got severely ill. Was medevaced from New Jersey to Philly, and 2 months later we got two rare disease diagnosis. He is alive today, so I'll give the happy part of it. And so through that, I learned the value of life very quickly, and where I didn't want to be. And much like Tamika, I learned that I had a glass ceiling above my head. And it was one that I was just like, this is not worth it. I'm working 65 plus hours a week. People before me made more money than me. By the way, that girl. I referred down to Elizabeth, so she's still trying to find her forever house. She divorced her husband, and is working on fixing her life so she can buy in Texas. And I sold that girl's house up here. And then most recently, another person on Elizabeth's team sent me a referral up here in Jersey, and they're going to be buying down in Texas. So like the power of YP and the network, right? But so through that, I really learned that like this is not where I want to be. So because of when I graduated, there was like a huge disparity in salaries and just opportunity, and just wasn't going where I wanted to be. I was the head of our CSR program and corporate social responsibility, and I would get yelled at for spending too much time on CSR and not enough time on my job. But mind you, I was working over my 40 hours a week that I was required, and CSR was always required to be outside of my tasks. So it just got a little crazy. And the engineer that I worked with was like, Amanda, you're our database manager. If you think you're going to join real estate, like you should really think of KW. So at that time, KW wasn't. KW was out there, but KWYP wasn't yet in our region. And so I left out the part where I actually got fired from my job. They let me go. So that was February of 2019. I took like a year off. I started looking into nonprofit stuff, was trying to get some nonprofit jobs, but like I think there's just a massive disconnect in my resume for them to see that I was a qualified person to get the job. So it wasn't working out. So I was like, all right, I'm going to get my license. And 3 weeks after I sign up for the class, the pandemic shuts everything down. No classes, no nothing in New Jersey. Everything was done. But anyway, so I got licensed October 2020. But throughout that, from February to October of that year, I kept looking online, like everything I could about KW, everything I could about running a database, and Nick Baldwin and Lori Ballin, and all these things. And I ended up coming across TikTok, and I was like, I'm 37. So I was like, wow, like my niece is going to be buying a house in a couple years. I should really understand what these young kids are doing. Like, let me go check this out. And so I stumbled upon Juliana Gainsbourg and her TikToks about why she YPs, and like, yes, she'll have red nails, and she'll put her life on the line for anybody in this company. And I know she hates it when I tell this story, but like I was hardcore creeping on her, like what are these young people doing? She's in my area, like what is this? And so as I came into KW, and then I started seeing her post about this thing called YP, I was like, oh, that's where I need to be. I need to be there, like, because that's where everybody who's doing something is there. I mean, maybe a few people aren't, but that's okay. We'll get them here eventually. So for me, it became like, oh, I just need to be there. And I didn't exactly know what I was signing up for just yet until we had like a completely badass virtual launch. And during the pandemic, and I was just like, wow, like this conversation that we're having right now is the same conversation that we were having at our launch. And like, for me, that's what was so important, was that people could be open, people could be honest. Like outside in the corporate world, you don't talk about feelings. You don't talk about how much money you make. You don't talk about the vacation you're going on. Everything is a secret. Nobody can know about anything terrible going on in your life. And it is just this like toxic box that you get stuck in. And so like I just remember like book clubs with Katie and Sean and Brittany and Brad and like all these people, and I'm just like, wow, like you can take what I'm trying to say in the wordiest way possible. And like, yes, I do remember that. She was like, by the way, guys, I'm having a baby, and nobody knew about it. I could just take my wordiness and have somebody else just turn it around and be like, Amanda, this is what you're doing. This is what you're trying to say. Like, here's what I think you should do next. And I would be like, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like, so yeah, I could talk for days. But I don't know that it's ever really just one thing that has made me love YP. It was just the community and life that I was looking for and that I needed. Because basically after my husband's experience, our community drifted. So it was a few months people were there, and then everybody drops off and they go back to their lives and cut you out of this or that because he wasn't drinking because of medications. So then we stopped getting invited places and all these little things. And then financially, people were like, can't you just be happy making the money that you are? No, honey, if I want to have a kid, I can't afford daycare. So like it doesn't work like that. So it's like now I'm in a space. I mean, I seriously look back at the PTSD I had on that, and like admittedly did not pour into my business the way I needed to grow my business, but I really needed to grow myself first. And I have spent the last 3 years getting rid of 5 years of PTSD from working under a serious micromanager and just being stripped away of everything I thought my 20s would be in my early 30s. And it's like, I'm here to live that now. So positive vibes also from YP. We talk about national opportunities, but I've had international opportunities. So because of the leverage of the YP name and what YP does for you, I was able to go on a personal trip to South Africa for some charity work and reach out to the OP that was out there in the area I'd be in. I was like, hey, can I teach a command class there? I'm also a market center tech trainer. And she was like, oh my gosh, Amanda, I would love it if you would teach command. And I'm like, y'all make it sound so prestigious because we're over here in New Jersey, like command. And much like what, you know, the YP and KW community here, they openly with wide open arms welcomed me into their market centers and put my photo on the wall. And if you get to know me, I'm like wildly introverted at my core. And it was like I was in any other KW here. It was like I was surrounded by people there. So fast forward, I speak in Canada. I'm going up there to visit a buddy. It's his 10-year post bone marrow transplant party. He's got the same disease my husband did. And I speak at a KW there talking about that. Met with a YP member in Canada and spoke at their market center. Fast forward again, I'm at family reunion this year. John Clyde happens to be my OP and my regional director for our area, greater PA area. And he's like, Amanda, I spoke with the COO of KW South Africa, and she's looking to increase how she can change the diversity in the landscape in agents in South Africa. So speaking on a very blunt DEI aspect of it, there are not a lot of culturally diverse agents in KW South Africa. There are a lot of white agents. And so there is a big disconnect in the real estate industry as a whole there as well, that native South Africans either aren't afforded the opportunity or weren't, or whatever the case may be. It could be a various multitude of things. But she's looking to change that. And he was like, can you meet with her to talk about that? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. So now we've started conversations about how starting a YP network in South Africa can help her service the DEI community in the South African region as a whole. And like, you can't put a value on that in life. So like at the end of the day, it's like, yes, I want to close more properties to do great things, but like I got to do that because of YP. So like that's my wordy spiel.
So Amanda, I want to touch on something that you like skimmed over earlier. So you joined not really knowing what you were joining. And what do you do in YP now?
I am the president of our greater PA chapter.
And what size is that chapter?
We're around 100 right now.
Are we the largest in the country?
We are the largest. Yes.
Okay, so
and
okay.
the North American division, including Canada.
So you joined not knowing what you were joining and fell so in love with it that you now are the president of the largest chapter in the country in 2 years. In 2 years you did that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It was also hosting the 2024 National Summit because we won chapter of the year previously. So let's go, Idaho. Go get that chapter of the year.
Yes. So yes, and there's an opportunity for each of us to travel to
Philadelphia. Yep. So we'll be in Philadelphia.
We welcome you with
30th
open
to
arms
June
and cheesesteaks.
Yes. Best cheesesteaks in the country or the world, honestly.
in the world. We've reached our 1 p.m. We were going to cut it off. I'm okay staying on here, and I'd love to hear Kimber, Elizabeth, Jesse. If you guys want to, Viviana, I don't recognize your name. But if anybody else wants to continue sharing why
I wish
I'm
I could
here.
be on camera. I'm happy to talk. I'm Elizabeth. I know Katie talked about me, and so did Amanda, so I felt the love. I have an event to get ready to, so I'm literally like straightening my hair, like crying, listening to like Tamika and stuff. But yeah, I'm happy to share why I YP if you guys want to hear it. If you guys need to go, I totally understand. I'm in Dallas, Texas. As Katie mentioned, we started the Dallas chapter back in 2018. So I've been in YP for 5 years. And I'll be quick. I didn't really know how to build a business. I didn't know anyone in real estate before. And I'm in the oldest office in Dallas. It's from 1985. So people have literally been KW since 1985 in my office. And while I love them and they have great businesses, I will never be able to replicate how they started. They literally had the MLS in a book, no internet, right? Like one of the guys that's down the hallway from me, his name is Ben Baker. He's amazing. He's never lead gen before. He's never picked up the phone. He's been a hardcore farm person for literally 30 years. So I was like, well, I can't do that. I also love social media, and like no one in the office was doing social media. So I was just kind of like asking my team leader and stuff. I'm just like, I want to be more involved and like learn from people, but like my office, as much as I love it, I was like, I don't feel like being on ALC. I don't feel like being on any of the committees. I was just kind of like feeling a little bit lost on what to do next. And lo and behold, I get an email from the first president of YP Dallas, and they were just like, hey, we're launching this thing. I thought of you, of someone who would want to be in it. We're having an info session. Like, do you want to go? I was like, I'm there. I show up, they tell me what it is. I was just like, sign me up, I'll do whatever you want. I was the social chair for 3 years. Then I became the president for about a year, and then I became regional ambassador for all of Dallas out to New Mexico. So, and with that opportunity, not only did I get to meet other people who had successful businesses, who had also second careers like me. Like I'm 37, just like Amanda is. I started real estate when I was 30. It's my second career. So I wanted to learn, like, how do people change people's mind? I didn't start at 18, right? Like, how do people identify you differently, etc. I'm also single, no kids, no husband. I just have 2 dogs. You might hear him. He thinks it's time to play when he hears me on Zoom. So he's behind me. And I also wanted to learn from that. Like, how do I have a why? How do I have a purpose if I don't have a child? Like most people are just like, oh, my purpose is my child. My purpose is this. I'm like, well, I don't have those things to really like propel me forward. So like, what do I do? And so I got to learn from other people that are in my same boat and like what propels them and what motivates them. And ultimately, I found that my motivation was I love just networking with other agents. I love talking to agents. I love pouring into agents. I love like teaching. I actually come from a family of teachers and professors. I don't know if anyone knows that. My mom was a professor in college when she was pregnant with me. My aunt's been a professor for over 30 years. My great aunt has an elementary school named after her. I had come from a long line of teachers, and I just knew I didn't like children that much, but I actually really like teaching adults and adults who want to learn, which is very different than just like a college teacher. And so I've just leaned into that, and that's almost my whole business. I'm 80% agent referral this year. I'm also in a market that's 30% less. My business is, I think I'm maybe 3 shy of what I did last year total. So it's all because I leaned into doing what I love, but also learning the skills to do what I love consistently. I'm holding my hand up and you can't see. Number 1, consistently. Number 2, like passionately, and always just sharing with everybody. So I wouldn't learn any of those skills without YP. Also, friendship wise, what other place can you literally find a group of people as ambitious as us? We are rare birds. My friends that are here that I've loved, and I've had friends for 15, 20 years here in Dallas. I love them, but like they will never understand the entrepreneurial struggle and spirit quite like this group. Like I text Katie every day. I don't know if Jesse's still on. I text Jesse every day. I text Francis every day. And literally we just share wins, share hardships. It's a world of difference to have that community. So talked longer than I meant to, but that is why I YP.
So grateful for you. You've been one of the first, and then one of the most consistent of like reaching out to me with just so much care and encouragement. So sincerely
And
appreciate
and Spencer, where did we meet?
Online for a long time.
We met in person. We met at Disneyland. So he was just like, hey, like, can I just walk around with you? And if you guys know me, I'm a total Disney adult. So I'm like, absolutely. I'd love to take you to Disneyland, stranger. So love Spencer.
Oh man. And that was like such a beautiful thing of like, for me, it's like, oh yeah, Disney, I love it. But then like spending a day at Disney with YP, it's different. Starting to talk about business and anyway, it was so beautiful. Just the best. Another level. Jesse Coleman, Coach Coleman, you want to hop in?
What is going on, everybody? How are you?
So glad you're here. Why do you YP?
It is pretty much piggybacking what everybody else said. Like it's changed the trajectory of not only my career, but me as a person. Of me, I won't say being in my comfort zone, but me thinking bigger and casting a bigger net on what I want to accomplish and who I want to become. Being able to have people that I feel are levels above me, being there for me and helping pull me up. That's one thing. You can be in environments where there's people, that's ahead of you and they just look down at you. This community, they pull you up. They say, okay, we need you to get on this level we're on. Let's make it happen. What do we need to do to make sure you're up here with us? So that plays a big part. And like Amanda, like a lot of the opportunities that I'm getting now is because of YP. I get to travel around the country and teach classes, and there's agents that I know that's teachers like, man, I cannot get into these market centers. How are you getting all these opportunities to speak? I'm like, well, KWYP, they say, hey, I can get you in our market center. Can you come out here? Yep, I'll be there. And it's just a testament of not only the people we have, but the power we have within KWYP. Like, that's one of the main things that I want our members to know. Like, if you want to be somewhere with not only within KW, but period, plug into us, build these relationships, because it can take you places that you were going to probably take 4 or 5 years to get to. Like, I've been on this KWU journey, and I just thought about it earlier, since only like April. And now I only have one last thing to do to become KWU approved, and I'm doing that in December. Like, that's crazy. Like, it hasn't even been a full year, but it's the people that's in this community. People, hey, let's hop on the Zoom real quick. I want to talk you through some things. I was a part of one of your classes. Let me just, give you some pointers on some things. And it's just, yeah, I talk about it so much. I was on a recruiting appointment yesterday, and I had my KWYP hat on, and the recruiter was like, "Hey, what is that?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm glad you asked." I talked more about KWYP than I talked about our market center on that recruiting appointment, because I'm like, yeah, our market center, I love it, but this is where all my energy is at. This is why I'm becoming the person who I'm supposed to be, is because of this community. So that's it. That's
Appreciate you, brother.
Also, everyone wish Jesse luck. He is actually also running the Chicago Marathon on Sunday.
Hey.
So, cool dude.
You got this, brother. That's all we had planned. We had some bonus, but bonus time. So thank you all sincerely for joining me. A real secret glimpse into my own life of the only reason I wanted to do this is so that I could get this content. So I got it. I'm glad you guys joined me, both my Core 4 team and helping me put it on, and then each of you for showing up and your support, your contributions. Sincerely, so much gratitude. And I know that this is just truly the beginning. We want to build the community in Idaho so that we can have the feelings of what was just shared on this final section, that each of us can continue this journey and invite other people. Man, I see it as just so many opportunities and possibilities. If you're caring about profit share and recruiting people into your downline, this is a community that I think it makes people unrecruitable. And then, anyways, so many thoughts, so much gratitude, and that's it. I'll send you out into the world. Any other thoughts we had, Core 4, as we plan this?
No, this has been awesome. I mean, we just thank everyone else from the YP community across the country that's hopped on and shared their thoughts and their hearts. And it's amazing because Katie and Spencer both kind of touched on this initially when you guys were speaking. I think when you were doing Katie's intro about just that imposter syndrome. And I think so many of us feel that. And it's funny because so many of us do feel it. And the minute that you speak it and put it out into the world, and you recognize that someone else feels the same thing, you're no longer an imposter. And that's what I've loved about this, is it's just a place where being vulnerable is safe, and it's scary to put that forward, but because that's just a piece of the YP culture, it makes it easier to be like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, or hey, I failed, or we were talking about, Amanda was talking about finances in the corporate world, and now everyone's just putting on a front. And here it's a safe space to be not only, ooh, woo, I made this much money, but hey, I'm really struggling and I'm not making the money I need to make. And I love that this is a place that we can be vulnerable and share not only the wins, but really the struggles, and it be safe, and know that we're going to be welcomed with open arms, and that there's so many people that have been through the same exact thing. So just thanks to everyone who shared today. We're excited to see where the Idaho chapter goes.
I want to say, like, I promise I'll let you wrap up, Spencer, but I want to say on that, Bridget, like, because imposter syndrome is such a serious thing, and I think let me look at the people here. I think next to Elizabeth, she and I are we've been members of KWYP the longest. You belong in any room that you want to be in. And if you don't know what room you want to be in, you need to be around people who can see it in you and speak it into you. You don't just belong or are accepted in KWYP, you're wanted and you're needed. And so the days when you can't figure out how to show up for yourself, or you don't feel like you deserve to show up for yourself, show up for the other people who need to see you do it first so that they can do it for themselves.
Truth. Thank
Also,
you. Any last-
congratulations, you're launched.
Woohoo! Thank you. Just for my core 4, you out-of-state folks, would you travel to Idaho? Tell me how we can make it happen where you could get your bodies physically here.
Tell me like 6 months in
Send me your
advance.
Jersey referrals.
I just need to be greeted with a potato.
Yeah, that is also a
So-
requirement.
Good point.
Yeah,
Cook,
like
The best
mashed potatoes.
I've ever had.
I know for me, let's work on Q1. Q4 is so but
Oh yeah, no, Q4 is
yeah, but Q1 we can work on that and we can get something big going for you.
Jesse, hang on, it's cold in Idaho.
Yeah, I was about to say y'all are going to be at family reunion.
I'm in Chicago, so you know.
I'm in Philadelphia. I'm in Philly. It doesn't make me want to put on more coats.
No.
We're thinking like spring, summer, you guys know.
Yeah. No, potatoes, a little bit of warmth. I don't travel to negative temperatures. Yeah.
So Boise, I think, is an ideal location that we can go float the river.
Great.
We have the 3 other people. I've been to Boise twice, so I'm not the expert there. But I love YP. I would love to host you guys here. The rest of the core 4, you guys can show us around Boise. But I've had to pivot this, right? So Brady Sandall was like, just so instrumental to say like, yeah, October 6th, I can be there. And then it just turns out that everything worked out except for having him. But that pushed the timeline. And so in our minds, it was like, let's just pivot this, and this will be our first event. If we need to call it a launch, we can, but like, we would love to have a big party and a big launch and have the power of our national YP show up. And it'll also give us some time to get some more local members. And so as they show up, anyways, so that's what my vision is to do a true traditional launch sometime in the spring, summertime.
So this is like your civil ceremony, and the reception is to come.
Yeah.
So we need to have the reception, it sounds like.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. You can call it Best Buddies, and it can be a potato party, and that is what will get us all there.
Best spuds.
Listen, I told y'all that Anna came out to an event, and we just called her Mrs. Spuddy the entire time.
My favorite game as a kid was hot potato.
I mean, it sounds like you guys are having a potato themed party, and that's the key.
That's what I'm hearing.
Dress like your favorite potato dish.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
You know what the gift bags are going to be, right? Just potatoes.
Yeah.
Butter, no butter, sour cream, no sour cream, bacon, no bacon. Like, man, you could go deep with this.
In Texas, we have tornado fries. I don't know if you guys have those there. Do that. We'll see. Everyone can bring their own potato dishes.
We'll get you some cheese curds and fry sauce too.
I love cheese curds.
Do you guys have like a wine area there too?
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be a good way to entice
a potato and wine pairing.
Yeah.
This is every single one of my love language. Well, and I like vodka, which I think is made from potatoes. So like Every single one of my love languages is like
I was definitely eating some tater tots when Sheena was talking.
phenomenal. Phenomenal. Look, it's a Spencer, you asked. This is how you get us.
There it is.
Here's the truth though, for the people who haven't been here very long, like you said, you aren't the expert there. It really doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure most of Mr. Potato Head fashion show, most of us would just show up wherever because we just want to be together.
I think the timing is the biggest thing. So like the next event I'm going to is Orlando, and they told me like 7 months ago about it, so I could commit to it. I think sorry if you hear the dogs. Was it NorCal? NorCal just put something out. Theirs is in March. So again, like really far in advance. Because then Southwest has their sales every once in a while. So when we see that, like we can go ahead and book it. So then it's like also less money wise. You're spending it a little bit more spread out. So those that might not be able to just say, hey, I can go next week, take 4 days, 5 days off of business and spend thousands of dollars all at once, can like really budget that stuff. That would be my biggest advice for getting as many people out there as possible. Because even though we're going to call ourselves YPAF when we're over 40. You're not going to be able to kick us out, but we are going to be YP after 40. We're almost there. Katie's not so much. Like I know I have a couple years left. But we have the people that are 20, 21, 22 that really need to hear this, and they're the ones that really we need to help get them financially able to commit to these things. That's important.
Beautiful feedback. I appreciate that. Because that's not how I operate. I'm like, hey, I told you. Like, well, if you don't know the story, I think I told Ben and Bridget, I met Anna, and then 1 week later, we were in a ring shop buying a diamond ring, and just kind of looked at each other like, yeah, I guess this is happening. Here we are almost 14 years later. So I just operate as like, I see something, I go and get it, and usually it's last minute. And so I know that's an area where, as I raised my hand to do this, I knew that was an area I need to grow into. And so I'm grateful for this opportunity to grow into more foresight.
Leader to leader, new prez to new prez. I challenge you. You don't necessarily need to grow into that. You just need to find the right people to put in.
Yeah, I was about to say, you just get a VP that's opposite of you. Talk to Brandon Thompson and Kayla Boundy. They are a very good example of like Kayla's the operations and he's like the ideas. And so they balance each other where he's just like, let's do this. She's like, hold on, let's see how much it costs. Let's see if it's available. So definitely find people that fill your gaps.
Okay. And that's, to me, like I feel so much confidence meeting Bridget, Rich, Ben, being able to take them through the KPA. Yeah, I don't know. I think each of you were like,
are they in our chats?
We need to invite them.
No worries if you guys don't like the chats, but I think you guys will get to know a lot. Oh, baby. You guys are going to get to know a lot more of us. And we don't just stick around in the chats. We also like talk about important stuff, but add them if they want.
We'll send invites. You guys can, all the chats. I had to leave a few chats because
and that's okay. That's what I was saying. I'm like, no pressure if it's too much. Us extroverts can be a lot sometimes.
Never. Spencer, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, love you guys.
Rich and Katie, connect over Trello. Because every time I talk to Katie, I'm like, I need a Katie in my life who loves Trello because she shows me like, I can see how that works for you. Yeah. That overwhelms me and I can't.
It's amazing. It'll change your life.
Becca and I were on a strat call earlier today and she had like a Google Doc open writing notes. And I was like, I already made it. Like, it's a Trello board. I was like, her brain works so differently.
It's just easier for my eyeballs.
I think in Trello it's fine, but that's like the best planning thing ever. Anyways, All right. Amazing, Spencer. Congratulations. Great, as Gasso said, great civil ceremony. Beautiful. Blessed
Yeah.
union.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.